Welcome to episode 490 of Fourth and Jawn. I'm Gail Saunders. It's draft day. Everybody who knows me knows this is a national holiday. This is no laughing matter. If you're not ready for the draft, I don't know who else can get you more ready for the draft than Justin Melo from the Draft Network. We're gonna, he's a draft expert. He's got a lot of information to talk about and share with us. So if you got any draft takes that you want to run by Justin, this is a perfect opportunity to do so. He'll be on the show coming up in about 5 minutes. But just today is just about an open forum, man. So really about anyone who wants to talk about the draft, we can send you an invite. You want to jump on the show? We're really just getting ready to rock. There's a big draft party at the link today. Obviously, people are still in their Super Bowl fields. I mean, people are still wearing the Super Bowl gear. I don't think that's going to stop. So I think in general, Eagle fans are geeked up. So make sure when you get down to the link, you get a picture with the two trophies, because that's going to be happening today. I know there going to be a couple players down at the link as well. But it's going to be an exciting time. I mean, I think everybody hasn't slept. I don't think I've slept in a minute. The last night was probably the roughest night for me. I probably am sleep deprived. But I think Justin is the guy who's going to bring up the energy. Like, obviously I drink my coffee, but I think I need Justin to get me going for the draft. Shout out to Justin for hopping on today, man. How are you feeling?
Doing well, Gail. Appreciate you having me on. It's finally here, man, after months and months of work and evaluation on my end, on our end over at the Draft Network. And finally, we can kind of take today and, get real excited about how this thing plays out.
I mean, it's an exciting time for me, my draft analyst days at NBC Sports, just going over all the information, all the stuff that you've prepared for days like this. Seeing some of your stuff has been awesome. You've kept everybody informed with visits, interviews with random prospects that most of the regular world doesn't know. But I mean, it's just great stuff. I was reading one of your articles on Marcus Yarns, the Delaware running back yesterday. I was like, I interviewed him down at the Senior Bowl. But I mean, Justin, you're the guy. You're on this thing. I mean, how do you feel about this day?
I appreciate that. I'm excited. We published the final interviews today. If people are unaware, I do a prospect interview series over at the Draft Network. I sat down with 221 prospects this year. I put in the final count just now. We're at 221. A lot of them are going to go in the first round. I sat down with Ashton Ginty. I sat down with Will Johnson. I sat down with some real special prospects, all the way to the Marcus Yarns of the world, and a bunch of seventh rounders, UDFAs, second, third rounders. Really excited for how the series came together for me this year. I'm really blessed to be able to tell these pre-draft stories.
I mean, that's the biggest thing. It's as draft fans, we're trying to find those nuggets on these players. We're trying to make them fit like a puzzle. Obviously, the Eagles, after winning the Super Bowl, with the help of our Titans wide receiver, former Titans wide receiver, AJ Brown. Justin is a Titan fan.
Still a sore spot for me, Gail. Still a sore spot.
Yeah. But being at the mercy of the board at picking at number 32, it's a different feel for me, because it's like I have my eyes on some of these targets, but it's like if we can get these edge players through Washington, if we can get them to fall past the Ravens, because the Ravens know exactly what Howie's thinking. Against their GM is really good friends with Howie, so everyone knows how Howie thinks. So I mean, what is your biggest takeaway from what's going to be a big shocker in the top of the board that could affect the back end of the draft?
Well, one that I have is, I think it qualifies as a shocker, is the New England Patriots at number 4. I feel like that's where the draft really starts. I'll be shocked if, Cam Ward, Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. I think those are the first 3 picks off the board. At number 4, everyone seems to expect the Patriots to take Will Campbell, an offensive tackle. as someone who covered Mike Vrabel in Tennessee for a long time, I don't know that he's going to take a short-armed tackle to play on the left side. I mean, Vrabel was in Tennessee when they took Peter Skoronski. They never even considered playing him at left tackle because of his shortcomings from an arm length perspective. So if it's not Will Campbell there at 4, the Patriots are positioned to pull a surprise. And I think they can go in a number of directions. Maybe it's Jalen Walker, the edge rusher out of Georgia. I think that hasn't gotten enough run throughout the mock draft universe, if you will. Maybe it's Ashton Jinty, at 4. He run heavy coach. He coached Derrick Henry in Tennessee. I think we're going to get a bit of a surprise there at 4. In relation to the Eagles at 32, I don't know if you're there yet, Gail, but I'll be stunned if it's not an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman, right? Like, it's going to be a trench player for Howie Roseman. That's the way I'm leaning.
I mean, that's the way that they work. I mean, if you just look at their draft history in the first round, it's a lot of DTs, it's a lot of edge, it's hardly ever safety. But cut me open. I believe Green is asking. He says, "Do you guys have any validity to AJ Brown trade?" I mean, obviously the New England radio was hyping up this scenario where AJ Brown gets traded to the Patriots. Is that a thing? I don't think it's a thing, but it's interesting.
I don't think it's a thing either. I'd be shocked. And it just felt so unrealistic from the get-go, right? That was Patriots fans and media sort of desperate for a number 1 receiver. They are not happy with what they've done around Drake May this offseason, right? They believe in him as the franchise quarterback. They were a little afraid about having a defensive-minded run-first head coach coming in. And I think that's only, their fears of Mike Vrabel have only been validated, if you will, by bringing in an aging Stephon Diggs and essentially nothing else. So that's easy to connect. Mike Vrabel and AJ Brown had a great relationship in Tennessee. No, but this to me is a scenario that's been plugged out of thin air, out of desperation, right? They want it to happen, so it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. Like, I know AJ Brown can be a bit of a headache. In my opinion, I love when my number 1 receiver wants the ball. Don't you want your receiver to be a bit
always
of a diva?
Open.
That's the way receivers are, right? All the best receivers are divas and want the ball. AJ Brown's got a little of that, but that's okay. That's why he's an alpha, and that's why he's a number 1 wide receiver. They just gave him a new contract recently. I mean, and even what was the last time you saw a team, player or not, trade up from 32 to 4? Like, it just doesn't happen. So no, there's no validity to that rumor.
Maybe if it was Chip Kelly running things, maybe back in the day, wanting to trade everything from Marcus Mariota, but it's not happening, people, because the amount of DMs I get in Texas about the dumbest things that I know aren't going to happen. But just thinking about things that I hope happen are there's some players with some, obviously, some character concerns that have been talked about. It ranges. It's like, being at the Senior Bowl, you see some prospects that light up the Senior Bowl, and I'm like, that guy Mike Green is dominating. Leaves the Senior Bowl, does a little mic drop, puts Connerly into the orbit, and then he's like, I'm good. And then as everyone starts doing their homework and seeing that there's potentially some things there with Mike Green, do you think is it going to affect his draft stock? Do you think teams are okay with what has transpired? Nothing. He hasn't been arrested for any of these things, but the word is out there about things that have happened in the past. So where do we stand with Mike Green? And do you think the Eagles would actually touch Mike Green?
Yeah, it's the $1 million question, right? There are some allegations out there about him, 2 specific allegations, off-field allegations. I think if Mike Green was there at 32, I think the Eagles would sprint that pick to the podium. I mean, this guy, you talk about the small school Marshall, but it doesn't fit the narrative. When I watch him on tape, Gail, I think he might have the best pass rushing repertoire of any edge in this class. Like, the spin move is outrageous. We've seen that on tape. The club rip, the chop, like, this is just the swim move. Really, really good pass rusher, athletic, deep arsenal of deep bag of moves, if you will. Was second in the FBS and sacks this past second, or I think it was first actually, first or second in the FBS and sacks this past year. Ultimately, I don't think it's going to affect his draft stock. I think he goes early. I've got him personally mocked to the Atlanta Falcons all the way up there at 15. I think the Bengals would consider him you got 3 teams in a row. Bengals at 17. I think it's Cardinals at 16. Heck, even Seahawks at 18. You could say 4 teams in a row. I think they'd all strongly consider him. But there's always that possibility, right? When you're dealing with an off-field allegation, 2 of them in his situation, there's always a chance that he slides. And if he does, I absolutely think the Eagles would touch him. Now, look, I know this is maybe opinion-based. Well, actually not fully, because I've spoken to scouts about it. The general vibe that I've gotten is teams are fairly comfortable with the off-field allegation regarding him. And for this is the opinion part of it, where I'm not speaking fact here, but I think teams felt worse about the Jalen Carter situation, than they did Mike Green, for example. The reason I say that is the Eagles didn't hesitate to take Jalen Carter, and that's obviously worked swimmingly for Howie Roseman in that franchise. So if Mike Green was there at 32, I think that would be the best case scenario for the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, I think in one of his pressers, he said proven until innocent until proven guilty. He made that remark, and I was like, okay, I guess they're back on the Mike Green thing if that happens. I do think the Eagles are in a position where I feel like it's a move up mode. I was basing my trip to Green Bay based off of where the Eagles. Am I going to sit in the pit and sit there for hours on hours and they trade out? I'm not. I guess I'm not going to Green Bay. So I had a feeling that they would move back, but as of yesterday, I woke up and I said the Eagles are moving up, and I think as we talk, off-field concerns, we kind of put a lot of Eagle fans, a lot of analysts in the Eagle community have got us looking at Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss. Now he's a guy I describe as like like I feel like he's like a bull in a china shop. It's not as refined. I think he can get there. But I think him right next to Jalen Carter, it would be a nasty scene. A DT with some twitch. I just really need to know where he's at as a player off the field. Obviously, we don't get an opportunity to interview everyone, but I mean, what are your feelings on him?
That's actually the pick that I made for the Eagles in my final mock draft. I went with Walter Nolan at 32. You were down there in Mobile, Gail. I'll ask you this. When he is on, okay, that initial quickness off the snap, that burst, that twitchiness, it left me speechless. I was going, this guy is different. This guy can be one of those ones if he fully applies himself. Now, I had a conversation with him. I did get to interview him. It's on the Draft Network now. If you go in there and plug in Walter Nolan's name, you can find my interview with him. Look, there's only one conversation. I'm not going to, can't put all the stock into it. I had a great time with him. I liked him a lot. I thought he was great. I thought he was a lot of fun. He gave me the best quotes probably anyone gave me. I knew it was one of those quotes where I knew it was going to go viral. As soon as he said, I go, oh, I got a banger on my hands. I asked him about who he was going, who you compare yourself to at the next level. Do you have I asked everyone at the Senior Bowl, I asked them that question. Jim Nagy asked me to ask that question to everyone at the Senior Bowl. I do a Senior Bowl interview series for Jim. Of course he's not there anymore, but I was doing it for the past couple of years. And Jim Nagy tells me, ask all these guys who they'd compare themselves to. So I asked Walter Nolan that question, and he says to me without hesitation, I'm the next Aaron Donald, man. That's all he said. That's the only way he answered the question. I'm the next Aaron Donald. I tweeted that out there. It went wild. He's an interesting kid. I had fun with him. I had no problems with his personality. The tape is inconsistent. You said it. Sometimes he's on, sometimes he's not. But you're telling me you can get him down there in Philly with that D-line coach, with the talent that's around him next to a Jalen Carter. I think there's a great chance if he's there that they strongly consider that. Jordan Davis' contract year, I believe, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if I had to predict right now. I don't know that Jordan Davis is an Eagle in 2026. So I think if they're looking ahead, I know they got different skill sets, but if they're looking ahead to those trenches, specifically the interior, it might be Jalen Carter and not much else, right? Of course, they lose Milton Williams, $4 million contract in free agency. I think there's a great chance it's an interior lineman at 32. And if Walter Nolan's there, I think they'd strong. That's one of the ideal landing spots, right? Like you want to go to a place that can get the most out of a kid like that. And for Philadelphia, that they're one of the 2 or 3 franchises in the league, I think that could get the most out of Walter Nolan.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense just seeing what we have in depth. Obviously, more Jomo has done enough for Fangio to be like, all right, let's roll the dice here, and then you add cheaper options. Speaking of options, that 5th-year option, the Eagles pick that up? A lot of Eagle fans who are even random Eagle fans are now talking 5th-year options. Like Eagles, the ones that don't even pay attention know that the Eagles potentially might not pick that up, and everything that's looming is the Jalen Carter big contract. So you got to get cheaper. Look at the pay scale: top 5 DTs, top 5 edges, wherever. The money is moneying these days, so you have to get cheaper where you can at premium positions, and I feel like that is where the Eagles could be headed. And now a lot of people also want to talk James Pierce Jr., another guy, a little off-field character. There was the tweet out there that mentioned that he had the worst character of prospects. What is your take on James Pierce Jr.? And I've actually asked you, I DM'd you recently, but just what is your take on him?
Right off the cuff, I'll say that I think there's going to be a better option for the Eagles at 32, even if they stick and pick with all of the depth at the positions that they might target. Again, they're in such a great spot, in my opinion, because it's such a deep class on the interior. There will be a D tackle there if they like. There's going to be D tackles in the second round. They don't got to take one in the first. Or there's going to be an offensive lineman, an interior guy, a tackle. But to get me back on topic here, that's why I think there are going to be better options. With James Pierce, the character stuff is real. I think you're referencing a piece I believe was published on Go Long, where it's like 35-year scout. I think it's Bob McGinn is his name, where he puts out that piece every year talking to scouts and getting the character stuff. And he said some real damning things about James Pierce Jr. But it's not just the character. When I turn on the tape, I see a guy that's a really athletic pass rusher, right? He's long. He's got that first quickness. He could bend around the edge, but he's inconsistent. I don't know if you remember, Gail. This time last year, an early look ahead to the 2025 NFL draft, we were talking, it was him and Michael Williams. I heard the most frequently as like number 1 overall pick. He did not put the season together, that people hoped he would. The sack production was okay. It came in spurts, but he wasn't the guy that they thought he was going to be. And then when you turn on the tape, he wasn't really defending the run this past year. He was a bit of a sub-package guy. Like that Tennessee staff, they did not have faith in his ability to defend the run. So now I'm looking at a guy that might be a DPR, at least early in his career, right? A designated pass rusher that also has character concerns. Look, the sky's the limit, and how he's been one to roll the dice. I do think there is high upside here, a ton of potential to develop into a phenomenal pass rusher. But when I look at what he is now, I look at the struggles in the run game, not being a 3-down guy. I factor the character into it. I can't wrap my head about rolling the dice on that, even at 32. Because I think the Eagles are going to have great options there. There's going to be an interior D lineman. There's going to be an interior offensive lineman. There's a huge hole there after Becton walks out, at right guard. We talk again, edge. I think they certainly need more. The way Howie Roseman likes to have the cupboard filled with edge rushers, they don't have enough there right now. So I look at all these positions that they could take, and I think there are going to be better options than James Pierce Jr.
I also look at body types at the edges. There's not like a really stout, built like at least like Josh Sweat. We have the Uches of the world, Ojulari's off the streets, Nolan Smith, who is coming into his own now. Jalix Hunt coming into his own. Nolan Smith dealing with some injuries. Brandon Graham, Yoda is now he's still there, but he's not retired yet, sort of. But where do you go from there if you want to diversify your edges? That's where I'm starting to look at some of the prospects there. The edge that I feel like is very toolsy. I feel like he's got the Batman tools belt. Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College. I feel like he's a guy, like he wins with as a technician, but I feel like he doesn't have the Hulk smash. He's not going to beat you with the power. Can he develop that power? Will it take him some time? Will it be a year or so, or is it going to be more finesse coming out?
I've been a little torn on this evaluation the whole way. And I'll tell you why. I'm going to, I think, make the decision to ignore my concerns and buy all the way in. Okay. 16 and a half sacks this past year. Again, we talked about Mike Green earlier, finished top 3 in the FBS in sack production.
Mm-hmm.
Then he goes to the NFL Combine and he records the fastest 3-cone out of any edge rusher, 6.94, I believe it was. Anything under 7 is rare and elite. 6.94 3-cone, 4.2 in the shuttle, I believe it was, or 4.25. Between 4.2 and 4.25 in the short shuttle, 5.10.5. Fastest time, again, of any edge rusher in attendance. What I always say, Gail, agility translates, okay? This guy had the best agility scores of any edge rusher in attendance. And then he recorded 16 and a half sacks at Boston College, pairing that with the agility. If you watch the tape, okay, and someone did this on Twitter. I can't remember who it was now, but I noticed the same thing when I was watching tape. If you wanted to make a cut up of every pressure that he had this past season, okay, that's going to be a 30-minute video as a compilation because he was always in the backfield. And the speed is, I think he's got first step explosiveness, convert speed to power a little bit. As you said, he's still working on that. Can beat you around the edge, can beat you with a spin move. He's got a deep arsenal of moves, the production, the agility. The concerns for me is he's a little undersized, right? I think he's under 250 at the combine. Not a great run defender on tape. So there's always that chance if he struggles against the run that he's not a 3-down player. That's where the value comes into question, right? If I got a guy that can only rush the passer, am I picking that at 32? Or do I want a guy that's going to play 85% of defensive snaps for me? That might not be him, and that does give me pause. That's where I struggled in my evaluation. But I'm choosing to buy into the production, and I'm choosing to buy into the athletic profile.
And that's one of the biggest reasons why I go to Mobile every year. I'm begging to bump into you down there one of these days. It's just like one of those things where I can cross some things off and I can put it all together and then go home and then make it make sense. As I got further into his tape, I'm like, you know what, this kid, I like the profile, I like his interviews, I like the way he handles himself. Boston College kids are there's a lot of them that are just pros. They just get it.
Remember when we were torn on Harold Landry coming out of Boston College? It's almost such a similar story. He had like 17 sacks at Boston College, and he goes in the second round. And he hasn't been elite, but he did sign an $85 million contract. So he's been pretty damn good, if you ask me.
He got paid. He got paid. Now, just thinking about some of the other prospects that a lot of Eagles fans are talking about. That some people have thought about the idea of Maxwell Hairston and a Trey Amos, guys with some that can play some zone. Everyone's trying to think about them in a Vic Fangio defense and how that would look. Not moving Cooper DeJean on the outside, but keeping everything intact and just getting a corner. There is the Keely Ringo experiment that hasn't happened yet. We have Adoree Jackson in the building. To me, just it doesn't point to them going corner. I think Odori can handle his own. I think. What is there a possibility anywhere in your mindset that the Eagles go corner, um, anywhere in the first or even second?
I'd be surprised, in all honesty. I don't think it'll be corner in the first round. That would really stun me. The two you mentioned, I do think they're first round caliber prospects, and Trey Amos and Maxwell Harrison. I think there's a decent chance they're both off the board before the Eagles come on the clock. I mean, TBD, obviously, but I think there's a chance they're off the board. If one of them is there, I do agree that they're a good scheme fit for Vic Fangio and what they do on that defense. But I think they've got enough in that corner room right now to prioritize the trenches. We know, again, I broken record, but we know how he loves prioritizing those trenches. And I don't think he likes what he has right now at D tackle. I don't think he's got enough at edge. And again, on the offensive line, the right guard spot's a huge, huge projection. So I'd be shocked if they went corner. I'll tell you what, the Adoree Jackson acquisition, for as late as it came, was one of my favorites in free agency this offseason by any team. Just a stellar, stellar football player that I don't think's quite gotten enough flowers throughout his career. He keeps signing these contracts late into the game. Like, there's no rush for him. I think that's affected his reputation because he's not one of those first free agents that comes off the board in March when the tampering window opens. He always seems to wait around a little bit for the right opportunity. I think it's going to be a really good fit for the Eagles. He is an outside corner all day long. He's athletic. He's great in zone cover. I think he's better in zone than he is man. Think that he fits that system. I imagine he is the starter this year at that spot. And then, with Khalil Ringo mixing in there, here and there, as you said, but I maybe I don't love what they have at corner, but I like it, and I like it enough where they could wait until maybe early day 3 to get some depth at that position.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm actually looking at Jacob Parrish from Kansas,
Love
Kansas
him.
State. I think he's pretty feisty. I think he would add into the mix. I like his makeup and his profile. I locked into him at the Senior Bowl. I was like, this guy. And then I'm like, let me make my notes. Like, and then I find out that the Eagles brought him in for a visit. So I mean, that's where I'm there with that. Tim Armstrong asked. He says, "Do you feel that there's a large separation between Pierce and Ezraku?"
I'll go with no. I would have Ezuraku ranked ahead of him, but because they both have some questions, I would say in the evaluation, again, to summarize, with Pierce being a very raw run defender, then you mix in the character. Then with Ezuraku, it's more the undersized situation, and again, being a project when it comes to defending the run. No, there's not a huge gap, but I am more comfortable with the Ezuraku evaluation. Again, because you had mentioned, Gail, great interviews, great at the podium, high character guy. There's a big difference in the character aspect between him and Pierce. And I had a chance to sit down with Ezuraku. That interview's on the Draft Network right now. You go and plug in his name, you could find a great conversation between him and I. Really, really high character kid. Big fan of his. So yes, there's certainly some separation between him and Pierce. But because Pierce does have that upside too as a pass rusher, I think they're both in like the late first, early second conversation.
Now, John asks, who are some inside pass rushers that you like?
Well, this is a deep class at D tackle. It really is. Of course, we talked about Walter Nolan there at 32, but there are a couple. I think it's one of the better D tackle classes we've had in recent years. I'll give you two names that I like quite a bit. One who is not getting enough attention, and I think could be one of those first round shockers tonight, is Darius Alexander out of Toledo. I think you saw him right down there in Mobile. He looks the part, doesn't he? Like the measurables, the body type. He's a great run defender on tape, outstanding run defender, still developing as a pass rusher. I think part of that's coming out of Toledo. You had some good luck with Quinion Mitchell out of there, so maybe you doubled down, but I really like Darius Alexander. I think he's going to be one hell of a football player. I also really like Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State. He strikes me as a Philadelphia Eagle type. What about some of the Georgia Bulldogs? Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is a guy. We know Philly's got to stock up on those guys every year. So there are a lot of really good players in this class.
Yeah, it's funny because you brought up Alexander, and then I saw the age, and I was like, gonna be 25 in his rookie year. That's you gotta start thinking about retirement after that. You know, by the time you finish out, you're going to be your 5th-year option. You'll be 30 if you draft him the first. But I was like, if you draft him later, but I know he did start. He had a late start, didn't he? He played offense. Did he play tackle?
Yeah, he went. Yeah, I believe originally committed to Toledo on the other side of the ball.
So that's interesting.
Yeah, he's been a late riser, if you will, so to speak, right? Certainly, but I like him on tape. Always a good point with the age. That's something teams take into consideration. But I think when you look at the arm length, the hand size, the physical profile, he's one that's really just intriguing. And I spoke to him 2 weeks ago. He made 10 pre-draft visits, I believe it was. No, 10, more. I think it was 12 or 13. He made, I think, more pre-draft visits than any prospect in this class. So that insinuates two things, in all honesty, right? There is interest in him. People do. I hate this misconception every year. I push back on it. If teams bring you in, there's a level of interest there, right? Now, there might be a lingering question they want answered, and that's why they bring you in. But they want that question answered because they like you on tape. So there are a lot of teams that like Darius Alexander on tape.
Now, Helena says, you think there's a high chance the Eagles will trade up?
You know, you brought up that scenario earlier, Gail, and it's you know, if a Mike Green is there at 25, you know, if there's one of those guys there, I think they strongly consider it. What I keep coming back to, you know, you talked about needing to get younger and cheaper. I think I think they want to hold on to as much of their draft capital as they can. And B, I really think they're in such a good spot at 32. Like I think the way this board is going to fall, they're going to really love one of those options there. They might love multiple options there. So for me, if there's that one guy, there's always the chance you consider moving up to get him. But again, when I look at the three positions that they want to attack, or they, you know, one of them that they will attack in the first round being D tackle, edge, or interior lineman, I just can't shake the feeling that there's going to be a great football player there for them at 32. I don't think they'll necessarily have to move up.
Now, speaking of great football players, a guy who's our new Eagles QB coach is his former head coach. I was getting calls from Eagle fans say, "Hey man, could you get me some video of Harold Finn, the Bowling Green kid?" So on the Senior Bowl, sending videos out to all my, you know, Eagle fans that are, because I mean, there's just this vibe that we've had as on our podcast that he probably wouldn't make it to next season, and that we said that in the beginning of the season before the season even started. So we had the idea. If you anything with Howie, just follow the money, and you can see how he moves. Follow the money. That cap hit 14 mil. That's too high for Howie. So everyone's in this tight end mode. When we had Zach Ertz, when he was on his way out, my pick for the Eagles that year was Dallas Goedert. I was like, this kid from South Dakota State. The kid from South Dakota State. He should be the Eagles pick. And then we got him. Everyone was like, dude. But Zach Ertz was on his way out. Dallas Goedert, I'd love to keep him, and I was hoping that he would get slightly injured so it would mess with the negotiations, and here we are. But Harold Fenton Jr., David Johnson asked, third round, or do we try and wait till the fourth? I don't think he's last in the fourth, but what do you say?
Well, it's a good position to bring up because tight end certainly going to be a need, right? Going into the weekend with the Dallas Goedert situation kind of looming. You know, with Harold Fenton, this is a true exercise, if you will. Do you trust the tape or not? Because there's little denying the prospect on what FBS record for catches this past year. Like, the guy's just a freak when it comes to production. He was the Bowling Green offense, right? There was really nothing else there, and they peppered him with targets. The pre-draft process hasn't been kind to him, right? The athletic testing left a lot to be desired, and he's severely undersized by tight end standards. So I don't even know where I land on this question. Do you trust the tape? Or do you worry about the athletic testing and the size? I will say, I think those two negatives working against them are going to push him down the board I do think it's semi-realistic that he's there in the 4th round. I know you said you don't think he makes it
I
there.
see. I
This
see
is a
third.
deep tight end class.
Yeah.
This is a great class. I think there are a couple of guys that could go before him. I don't know if this is the expectation or not. I would bet the house that Mason Taylor goes before him out of
Yeah.
LSU. He's
Mhm.
tight end 3. There's no doubt about that.
The first round? Are you thinking first, like
I think there's a shot. Yeah, when
okay.
people keep asking me, doing these national radio spots, who are 2 prospects that could sneak into the 1st round that would qualify as a surprise, but you think is semi-realistic? I keep saying Darius Alexander and Mason Taylor. I think there's a shot Mason Taylor goes there. I think Elijah Arroyo from Miami, albeit it's not going to be a 1st rounder, but I think he's the 4th tight end off the board. I think he certainly goes before Harold Fannin. And then I've got a 5th tight end as well that goes before him.
Ferguson?
And that's Terrence Ferguson out of
Yeah.
Oregon. I think Fergie is got true Y potential. He is a great inline blocker. He can go down there and get dirty in the trenches. Fannin can't do that at that size. That's not his game. But if you looked at what Ferguson did at the combine, the relative athletic score, whether you put stock into it or not, I think it's a useful tool. Should never be your whole evaluation. It's one tool. He scored over a 9 in the relative athletic score. So he's got great size. He's got great athleticism. I think he's, when you watch the tape, I think there's some untapped potential there as a pass catcher. I wish they threw him the ball even more than they did. I think he's going to be a good weapon up the seam in the passing game. But I think he's also going to come in line and play that Y role for you and block down there in the trenches. So I'm probably forgetting a couple right now, but Terrence Ferguson, for me, those are my 5 tight ends that I just rounded off. Of course, the first 2 are obvious. Fannin doesn't make my top 5. I think there's a shot that he's there, late 3, early 4.
And I'm right there with some of the other guys going before Fannin. It was funny because my thing with the Senior Bowl, I go that when everyone comes, I usually go the day before, and I wait around to sit in the convention center and just sit and watch. I just really want to like take it all in. But for this day, for this specific day, they had like tight end drills and QB drills. And they did it inside. So I got to watch, all the quarterbacks, all the tight ends, just firing away. And I'm just sizing up all the prospects. I'm like, all right, well, this guy, all right, okay, this guy's a little. It was Fannin, it was Ferguson, it was Elijah Arroyo, it was Mason Taylor, all 4 in front of me. And it was just like, okay, I am going to look at this position because I know that the Eagles are going to draft one of these guys. So, I mean, I feel like I think it's time. I think if we keep Dallas Goedert, I think Harold Fannin would be a nice complementary piece to Goddard. Now, if you're getting rid of Goddard, I think moving up and taking one of the higher ranked prospects at tight end, like the Mason Taylors of the world or Elijah Arroyos. I mean, does the injury history from Elijah Arroyo bother you at all?
Gives me a little pause. Absolutely. Right. There have been some things there that make you question it. But when I turn the tape on and I evaluate, I mean, what a high level weapon he was this past. I mean, that offense was so much fun to watch. Number 1 overall quarterback in Cam Ward, 3 receivers that have a chance to get drafted, and then the tight end and the running back as well. I thought he was a big time weapon. And shout out to David in the chat saying Ferguson is a great shout. Thank you, David. That is my tight end 5, as I said. With Arroyo, again, yes, the injuries give me a little pause, but the tape is just so much fun. I mean, safeties and linebackers, he's just such a tough assignment in single man coverage. I'll give you one final sleeper at tight end that I like. I don't think, we're not talking about a guy that's going to develop into an elite football player, but I think he's a good football player. I hate, a sleeper from Notre Dame might sound weird, but I like Mitchell Evans. I think he's going to go, fairly late. But they got, 6'5", 260, I think it was. 4.74 at the combine. That's a good time to me at that size. Mm-hmm. You watch the tape this past year. He led Notre Dame in receptions. Okay, 43 catches. We know they spread the ball around a lot there. They had some weapons. Chris Mitchell at receiver. Chris Mitchell was a 1,000-yard receiver the year before at FAU. So they spread the ball around, but he had the most catches of any weapon there with 43. He might be the best Y in the class, Mitchell Evans. I mean, his ability to get down and dirty in the trenches at that size, it's an easy evaluation. And I think he's a good, not great pass catcher, but he's good enough where he's going to impact the game on all 3 downs and be a very, very complimentary type weapon for an NFL offense. So if the Eagles want to wait till a bit later, they're not getting their tight end in the second round, and Ferguson's not there, he goes earlier. I think Mitch Evans is a guy that would come in and be an interesting, I think, of course, Goddard's got a lot more potential as a pass catcher, but you want to talk like for like what Goddard does for them on all three downs. I think Mitch Evans could fill a similar role.
And before we get you out of here, I know you're busy. You're a busy man today. This is like your day. And but before we get you out of here, I know you had a Eagles mock in some of your picks that you had the other day. I know you mentioned that you switched out Pierce with Walter Nolan, but run us real quick through your mock draft, your Eagles mock draft.
Yeah, it was just fun to kind of run through some of these and talk about why they fit, right? A guy like Tyleik Williams in the second round, if they don't address interior D tackle in the first, I really love that for them in round two. I look at safety, there's an injury thing there, as you mentioned, with Sidney Brown. You talk about, leaving, Cooper in the role that he's in. I think Andrew Makuba would come in and be a great fit. The guy can play man coverage in the slot as well, but I thought he did better work this year at Texas as the, single high kind of guy, career high in interceptions for him. Remember, he was at Clemson. They played him in a totally different role towards the line of scrimmage, defending the run, playing the nickel. I thought he looked better this year at Texas in what I think is his true role. I think that would be a great fit opposite Reed Blankenship for them there. Thomas Fedone, tight end, lengthy injury history, but I decided to address the position late. Had a great year this year at Nebraska, catching the football at a high level. I had to go with a Georgia defender to make it realistic, right? Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, I think would come in there, play a good rotational role. When I get late, I start leaning on the knowledge or sort of the information that I'm privy to. Ice Waxter, he goes by Ice. Ice Waxter out of Villanova, the corner there. He played this past season. Again, good year at Villanova locally. Eagles invited him to the local day. So he was there in Philly for the local pro day. So the Eagles got eyes on him. And then with Truss coming out of Georgia, just taking a developmental potential right tackle to maybe succeed Lane Johnson. I really like, of course, best O-line coach in the league in Jeff Stoutland. So it'd be a very interesting project there for him. But really, I think this has got Howie Roseman written all over it.
And do you have time for one more question?
I do indeed.
Tim Perkins asks, "What's your top 5 safeties?" I know, like, the last time they drafted a safety was it was a long time ago. It was Nate Allen.
Wow.
It's been a long time. That's the highest drafted safety that was in the second round. Who are your top 5 safeties, and do you think that's a possibility?
I've got Malachi Starks at number 1. Certainly, I think we're overcomplicating the conversation and the evaluation on him. Just a high-level football player that could do it all. Again, just published a phenomenal interview with him on the Draft Network earlier this week. If he's there at 32, if it's a best player available scenario, because I don't think they'll go safety, but I think there's also a chance that Howie Roseman could have him as like his 12th ranked player in this class, for example, because he really is that good. I got Nick Almignori at number 2, the safety out of South Carolina State, who just kind of blew up who blew up the combine with the testing numbers. Those are very clearly the top 2. It gets a little muddy after there. I think Kevin Winston Jr. out of Penn State is probably my number 3. Really like him. I think he's being a bit underrated and slept on throughout this process. Super athletic, and the tape is very impressive. At number 4, I got the Texas safety who I had here in my mock draft, Andrew Makuba. Think that's a great fit for them. At number 5, I could go with a bit of a tie. I think the one that I would probably put there slightly ahead of everyone else would be Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame. The ball production just really, really impressive. I think what was like 13 interceptions or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Over these previous 2 seasons. Ball production. Reed Blankenship had a lot of ball production at Middle Tennessee State. Yeah. And that's why the Eagles like ball. They brought in Kevin Byard. Like at one point, the Eagles believe in ball production at safety. And there's a lot of it there on tape for Xavier Watts. So big fan of him. I think that probably rounds out my top 5. But I will say, I've got Malachi Starks comfortably as my number one. I know that hasn't been the consensus, but he is comfortably my number one safety.
No, he's my number one too. The athletic traits of Imamura is tantalizing. I love it, but when you say the V word, versatility, and the fact that he can play nickel and safety, and like
he told me the other day that there are teams that told him that they think he could play some boundary corner.
I read that in your interview,
yeah,
and I was like, I'm like that. Now I said that was interesting. I said, like who was that team?
I'd love to know. He wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't tell. But the interesting thing is, like, I asked him that question. The reason I asked it, because I had heard it from a scout earlier in the process. So it wasn't him. I didn't just ask him. And he's like, well, I can play everything. A scout told me that earlier. So I'm like, let me ask him when I get him on the phone. And he was like, yeah, a couple teams have said it. I'm like, wow, that's really interesting.
His mental makeup as a leader, and then just his ability to make himself useful as a freshman, being the star of the freshman breakout, and been just saying, I want to roll. I will do anything to get on the field. The special teams snaps, and just being a great team member, and just him and Jalen just being team captains. I feel like and he's a bulldog. I mean, just drop him. A couple years ago, I was telling Eagle fans, I'm like, Howard Roseman is really trying to recreate Smart's defense up here. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but they started interviewing coaches that were from Georgia. I'm like, Howie is on this, and this is before we had any Georgia guys. And then all of a sudden, the pieces start adding up, and here we are with Georgia out the wazoo. I mean, everyone's a Georgia Bulldog Eagle fan. But I know you're busy, my guy. I want everyone to make sure they follow you at Justin M_NFL and at the Draft Network. Believe me when I tell you, go read his interviews on the Draft Network. Like, I'm gonna say it for him. Like, people that do the work, these are the people that you follow. All the information that you're looking for. Justin is a one-man shop right now. He's killing it.
I appreciate the kind words, Gail. Really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. 221 interviews on the Draft Network right now. They added a player interview tab because I was doing so many. If you hit the player interview tab, you can find all 221. I promise you a bunch of them are going to be Philadelphia Eagles. I'll be tweeting throughout the weekend as your favorite team drafts these players that I've interviewed. I'll be targeting. So I'll say, hey, Eagles fans, you're going to want to read my interview with the pick that you just made. So to make sure it reaches that audience. Appreciate you having me on, Gail. It was a pleasure. Excited for tonight. Excited for the whole weekend. Best of luck to the Eagles. As always, they're going to crush the NFL draft. I can promise you that.
And you just got to make a promise to me that next year we're going to link up at the Senior Bowl next year.
If I'm there, I'm
going to pay for your flight. What? Hey, don't.
You'll see me there. Look, I always have the option to go. Sometimes I work remote. Sometimes I decide.
You're going next year.
It's a boat, a plane, and a bus for me to get from Toronto, Canada, there. But
I need you to be there. Okay, just promise me that. Okay.
I hear you loud and clear, Gail. I'd love to link up with you in person.
All right, brother. I appreciate
Thanks for having me on.
Oh man, that was great. That was great, man. Make sure you follow Justin at Justin M_NFL and at the Draft Network. Great intel, great information, man. The interviews, there's a lot of people out here that work. They research, they put in the time, they put in the effort, and those are the kind of people that you really want to talk to, because when you're trying to piece everything together and find out who the right prospects are, this is what you need to do, is talk to the people that are in the trenches doing the work. Talk about people at work. We're really trying to get all you guys on. Like I said, I know we all like to link up during these draft season. So if you want to come on the show today and talk draft, today's the day. We're going to bring you guys in slowly, and then we're going to just start forming like Voltron. Talking about a guy who's on his lunch break or his morning break. Tim Armstrong in the building. He got his vest on and everything. I mean, How are you feeling? I mean, what are your
51st.
draft day takes right now?
Well, that was awesome insight by him. There were some pieces on that I didn't get a chance to see any of his interviews. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. First time in my truck doing this, so that was great. I enjoyed that entire thing. You guys killed it. That was good questions to let me know where he stood on it and information and whatnot like that. I'm just pumped. This is the first day of the new year. We're coming back in as Super Bowl champs, and that lasts until a new king is crowned. So I'm going to be there tonight at the draft party. I'm excited to get down there. Right now, I'm currently in Princeton, New Jersey. Lovely Princeton, working. But hopefully I'll be getting out of here. Hopefully maybe around 1 or 2, shoot home, get cleaned up a little bit, and then shoot down.
I mean, what are the vibes? I mean, are you feeling like this trade up is going to happen, or do you feel like we're going to stand put or move back?
Well, Justin made some really good points, like where the board is, and that's been the hardest thing that I've had to navigate mentally this entire time. Is we all have a feeling of which way he's going to attack the draft. Howie, I mean, we all have a feeling of which way that's going to go as far as defense and whatnot. But it really will be the best player available. So I think if the best player is there, I've said it since a couple of weeks ago when we spoke. I think that 24-25 range, I think if the best player we're looking for is there, I think he might move up.
I just think it's if you look at the board and you look at the strength of the board. I mean, do you want to wait or go get your guy? I think it's important that it's important. Just seeing Jordan Davis's contract situation, I feel like this is where you need to, obviously I think the Jordan Davis hate is ridiculous. I think he has a role on this defense, and he does it to his best ability. Jalen Carter is Jalen Carter, and the contract is going to be nuts. So I mean, I just feel like stick to the board. If you have to move up, we got 20 picks in the next 2 draft class. What does that tell you?
That's the big thing that Justin brought up, is not losing future capital. You know what I mean? Unless your guy that you were dead on is there. Why get 20 picks? That's huge. And I think all 20 are within the first 5 rounds. So we're not even talking like late 7th rounders. You know what I mean? There's a large amount. I think 17 are within the first 4 rounds. That's crazy.
Now, Chris asked, how long are you going to be on today? As long as we have to. Like, as long as you guys have something to talk about, I will be on here. I'm getting ready mentally. I'm not even lying. 2 hours of sleep. 2 hours.
I believe it.
So talk about some guy who doesn't sleep from upstate New York. This guy Rack Shack. He's a big time draft guy. Very excited. I mean, we also have Helena in the building. Also wide awake, thinking draft. I mean, are you guys excited? I mean, who wants to go first?
The floor is yours, Rack. Go ahead.
Well, Gail, of course, Namaskar, Rakshak for the NFL Masala podcast. Thank you, Gail, for the invite, and shout out to Tim and Helene on this one. But I mean, I'm definitely excited for the draft. Haven't slept properly for the past couple of days because I'm like, oh my goodness, what are the Eagles gonna do? What is the magic that Howie's gonna pull off? So I just can't wait. That's all I can say.
I mean, are you feeling trade up? Are you feeling stay put or trade back?
I would say, to be honest, I think that Howie will most likely trade back. I know that he'll definitely want to get more picks, and if we're looking at prospects like Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon, or even James Pierce and Malachi Starks, I would think, and if they're not at the 24-25 range, then I would say like the Eagles will most likely trade back. But if a talent falls at 32, I say stay put. But mostly trading back is going to be what mainly happens.
Now, Helena, where are you at in terms of who is the pick that would make you just go apeshit crazy on draft day?
I think it's Walter Nolan. I think him and
Okay.
Carter gonna cause so much havoc. I don't think people gonna know how to answer that, quite honestly. Now, I do think Walter is not gonna drop to 32. If they really want him, they have to trade up with the Vikings, like we did on the mock draft the other day. I think they're the only team that would probably be open because they don't have enough draft picks going on this year. Now, I will say I think Howie is gonna wait ultimately how the board is gonna go, right? Because if he has a feeling, if he's interested in Pierce, right, and he knows he's gonna drop down, we might trade out. I can see that too, right? If Howie thinks, listen, they said the same thing about Carter, they said the same thing about bunch of guys we brought in that they had locker room issues and behavior issues. And listen, if anybody can get you right in that locker room, it's Vanju. Vanju ain't about that shit. Either you gonna man up or you're gonna be on the bench like Devin White, right?
Or
Bryce Huff.
Or Bryce Huff. Yeah, what? But see, I don't think Bryce Huff has an attitude problem. I think Bryce Huff is just ultimately. Hear me out. I don't think Bryce Huff is a bad player. I just think he doesn't fit our scheme, and that where solely the issue lies.
Mm.
Um, Maybe with his second year now coming in, he will understand it a little bit more. Or I can also see the Eagles, if somebody bites, get a draft pick for him, right? Trade him out. But I just don't think enough teams have enough tape from last season of him because he was injured. The only team that might bite is the Niners because Saleh had him with the Jets. So that's the only place where I can see Huff gonna go. But I really think he's going to stay just because of the cap issue we have with him if we had let him walk. Um, for me, I do like the guy from Boston,
Izaraku.
Izaraku. I think he got a motor. Like you said, he's maybe not you know uh what you call it. I put him almost in the same category because all of our defensive edge guys are undersized. If you realize it, right?
Yeah.
We
I mean
don't have
they're all built in the Jalix Hunt ilk a little
Jalex
bit.
Hunt, Nolan Smith. We had this problem. We thought, oh, Nolan is going to be undersized. He's not going to be productive. But look at him last season. He went off. The same with Jalex Hunt. I think since the offense has changed so much, so has the rush. Um, I think the rush got faster, lighter. They don't need to be what they used to be in size. If they can make up with the technique. And I think actually you can trade out of the first round to get that guy. Um, Now that is the one reason why I didn't buy tickets. I didn't want to go to the link, like Gail said, and sit there 4 hours to wait on our pick with a bunch of idiots who doesn't even know what the hell is going on.
Whoa, those are Super Bowl champion idiots you're talking
Yeah,
about.
well, you know what I mean.
No, I
Like
mean
I remember when we
Whoa.
did. I remember when we drafted Carter, and I was downstairs, right, in the VIP area, and then I went upstairs and linked up with Gail for the Nolan pick, and I looked at him and I was like, Cowboys on the clock. Fuck, they're gonna take Nolan. And me and him both, we couldn't believe that they passed up on Nolan. So we celebrating, and these idiots right next to us have no clue what the hell is going on. They were like, well, what? So I just think Howie's either going to stay put or trades out unless Walter Nolan might be there at 24. I don't see us taking a safety in the first round. I just don't. That's not a knock on Starks because I think he is the best safety in the draft. I just and I discussed that last yesterday with Pete. I said literally go 2 years back. Why was our defense so shitty? The main reason is because we couldn't apply pressure to the quarterback, and that gave the secondary problems. Right now, if we're gonna have problems again applying pressure with Darius, I'm not calling him Slay, with Darius not being there no more, I don't know how the outside corner is going to look because I don't want to switch Coop to the outside. I think he is perfect where he is in the slot.
I mean, do you? That's a lot of the talk about it. Could he actually potentially play on the outside?
I'm
I
sure
do
he
think
can.
I do think he can. I
He's
do think he can.
athletic enough, but at the same time, he's athletic enough, but he doesn't have the speed. I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest. I think he doesn't have the speed outside that it takes to keep up with some of the elite wide receivers.
Mm.
That's not being a knock to him. Is if you don't have the speed, you don't have the speed. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I think he. I mean, my thing is with the Dory Jackson in the house, it speaks to Keely Ringo and Dory Jackson competing at the corner.
Yeah, but for me, Keely
Yeah.
Ringo, and I said this over and over and over again, and Mama Ringo, please, if you listen to this, please don't come for me. I see he's flat-footed. He's flat-footed, and I thought he maybe can address this issue in his second season. But listen, there is a reason why they let Isaiah Rogers play over him. There is a reason. For me personally, if I see Ringo, I see him as a hitter. Maybe they want to try him out as a safety. I think he might be better as a safety than as an outside corner, or you put him in the slot. I just don't think he is technique wise good enough to play the outside because he is flat footed and he will get burned because his hips don't shift
Are
quick enough.
you talk about
Yeah.
potentially moving to Rack Shack? Would you move Ringo to safety one day?
Ringo to safety. I mean, don't we already have like another Georgia player in Lewis Seen? I mean,
Lewis Dean.
not.
Who's
I
Oh yeah,
mean,
we
who's
do have him.
Lewis Seen is I don't know.
hopefully he gets
It's a
healthy
tough.
though.
It's been a tough scene for Lewis
Yes,
Seen.
it's been a difficult scene.
I
Yeah.
see what you did there, Gail.
You know.
But
Now Rack Shack. In terms of sounds like you're on life support over there.
nah, it's all. I know. I'm in one of the I'm in one
Don't
of the solo meeting rooms.
don't have no
So.
patient dying on us. I'm just saying, like,
Bro,
yo,
I'm not a doctor. I'm an engineer.
yo, I am talking draft right now. You gonna have to hold up, okay?
Uh,
Now Rack Shack, what would be we're talking tight ends.
Yeah.
What tight end prospects like really speak to you?
I think like with everyone, I do like the Mason Taylor or Harold Fannin Jr. I would go Taylor above Fannin Jr. because I mean Taylor's tape speaks for itself, and Fannin Jr. We have that connection with the new QB coach, I believe, or no, one of the new offensive coordinator assistants. So I would trust more with Mason Taylor, better pass catcher. Um, and I believe he is a good I want to say he's a good run blocker. I want to say, but I hope that we are able to keep Goddard for like at least like one more year. I don't want to trade him. I don't want to let go of him or trade him out yet, unless and that's just my take on that. But I'm all in with Mason Taylor.
Did you just roll to work with your jersey on today because of the draft, or is that just you normally?
Oh no! I just wanted to work with my jersey on just for the draft.
Just
I
flex. You got Super Bowl patch on there?
No, that was that. This is pre Super Bowl patch.
Come on.
I already have. I mean, like, heck, if you want me to come in on Friday for day two, if there is going to be one, then I'll probably wear my AJ Brown
Okay.
Super Bowl patch version.
We got Tim Armstrong in the building. John, I'm trying to bring you on, but
Yo, Cozy, what's up?
your mic is not working. But yeah, Cozy got an invite. So I mean, like I said, anyone who wants to come on, talk, get your draft takes out before the draft tonight, so you can say you're right. You can screenshot it. I mean,
Now,
I go ahead.
Gail, I have a question.
Mhm.
I've seen a lot of hype about Mason Taylor, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I think he's gonna move up a lot. You know how we had him drafted in the couple of mocks that we did
Yeah,
in
he's
the
not going there.
second. I don't think he's
Mhm.
gonna be there no more. I think
No.
he's gonna be end of the first, beginning of the second day. Um, that's where I have him right now. So I think either they're gonna
He's
uh,
not been. He's not going to be there at the back end of the second. You're
no,
going to have to
no,
move up to the top of the
yeah,
second, or if like in Brugler and Jeremiah's top
mm-hmm,
40,
yeah,
he's in their 30s. So
yeah. That's where I
maybe
have him.
yeah. Shout out to John in the building. Greetings and salutations. I mean,
Greetings and salutations.
I know you got a lot of good draft takes, man. You've been rocking with us for a minute during draft season, but I mean, what is your overall takeaway about where the Eagles go? Do they move up? Do they trade back? Do they stay put? I mean, what are your feelings?
I think they stay put. I think they're going to get a talented player that falls to them. I think it's not really necessary to move up because for me, there's not a player that they need that's going to be like 25 to 35. For me, I see it differently than most people, almost everybody. I don't think that the way people are looking at edges is what we need. I think that with Hunt, Huff, and Smith, they're all under 260. And if you're going to spend the capital on somebody at 32, you want to upgrade the position or at least have somebody playing snaps their first year. Definitely need an edge player, but I think it's more of a run defender. And and secondarily, they need an inside pass rusher. So a player that can kind of do both. Do what Brandon Graham did early in his career with playing inside on passing downs and outside on running downs. It's inside outside. Versatility. I think that's a player they need to go for. One player at 32 might be a little bit of a reach, but I think that fits that profile is TJ Sanders. I think he's a pretty good inside pass rusher that the Eagles could use.
Yeah, I was thinking he has a lot of he's got a lot. If you think about diversifying your DTs and stuff, I think if you have him as a guy that can get to the quarterback, I think he'd be an option. When you think about it, like the guys that they're looking at, like Walter Nolan, TJ
Yeah,
Sanders, got that twitch. The other
yeah,
guy I like Omar Norman Lott a
yeah.
little bit
Yeah.
later. He's a fireball. I think he's a little underrated. I don't think he gets enough love, but I you start thinking about like who they're looking at. Did you guys look at Shamar Turner?
I
Yeah.
did. I definitely like him as an option. I think he's gonna definitely gonna be there at 32. I don't know if he's gonna make it into the late second though. If we want him, maybe that's why I'm saying maybe they're moving out of the first, and if they like Turner, they get him in the early second. That might be an option, but I like him. He's explosive. Um,
He's got a mean streak.
yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen his tiger uppercut to that Ole Miss's groin area? That was impressive.
No, I didn't catch that.
It's
Pretty brutal.
he's got a lot of flags. Like we're talking about penalties.
He's got that Jalen Carter dog in him a little bit.
But I think you want him. It was like a draft scout was saying that you want him on your team, on your side of the team. I don't think he would allow the 49ers to walk on our field and push players around. If you
Yeah.
if you're saying like he's got some juice. I don't
So, so you're telling me he got a little bit of the CJ juice going on?
he got the
CJ
Derek Barnett.
GJ.
Yeah, and Derek
No, but
Barnett.
see, Derek Barnett was reckless.
Oh,
This,
he's reckless. Like
hey,
he's reckless.
Derek Barnett, it's always him. We know that too well.
what
He
do
would
you
have been
think
a
about what do you guys think? So I already established that I think Ojomo is going to explode this season. I think he's going to be really a guy who's going to step up, but I have a little bit of a sleeper, and I think people don't think about him often enough. But I think Booker might come through too. I think people sleeping on him. I think Booker is a really good rotation piece, and listen, I can see him stepping up big times. Um, but for me personally, I think I'd rather take a defensive tackle than defensive edge guy because of the problem is Jordan Davis going to get, re-signed.
Yeah, I
That's a
mean
big if for me.
that's where I'm at. That's where I just think the way the money's set up, it's tough for me.
Yeah.
Who's sawing somebody in half?
Yeah, I was about to say
That's my neighbor.
we
As soon
got
as I
some
jumped on,
ER
like,
noises, a
Yeah,
hacksaw.
John's out here hiding bodies.
no, I'm in the office and nobody's ever done construction behind my house before.
Yeah.
You're like, oh no, you on live stream? Yeah, we're gonna start this saw.
Shout out to Bob from Down Under, Beanstalk Bob.
Oh,
Oh
Uh,
my
yeah.
God.
Hey,
We got him in the chat.
good
Mr. Next
day.
Delphia.
So I mean, how are you feeling today, man? Are you feeling like it's gonna be a shocker of a day? You're gonna get the guy that you want today?
I've never been more confident, but let me get through a couple of things. Hello, everybody. I'm Ben. I'm not a fictional character. Thanks for chopping up those bodies out the back, man. Hi, Helena. Hi, Rack Shack. It's great finally putting a face to the name and all that. But it's like 12:30 in the morning here. The draft's at about 10 a.m. This is normal for me as well. I can't sleep. I'm so excited about it all. And look, I've got a list of stuff here as well. I've even written notes and stuff and posted it. And it's like that every year for me for the last 20 years. I'm the same as you guys. So I'm a diehard man. So
Mark says, "Oi."
yeah, how come we got to zoom in on my face? You're trying to break the screen or something?
Hey man, we're giving you the stage, bro. We're giving you the stage. Because
Oh no, it's all right. So, let me take the stage down for a little bit. So, we got Uchi, right? I don't know why they keep calling him an edge guy. I think he's like Born 2.0. I think he's a guy that's got long arms. He's only an inch shorter than Born. And I think Fangio sort of looks at him as someone who can take over that role. I don't see him as an edge, but everyone keeps saying he's an edge rusher. I don't get that. He's never really done too much off the edge. And when he come into the game, he was a tweener anyways. But he got drafted by bloody Patriots when Belichick was still there. So you got to just rate that, right? The other thing I've been really flat out about is, Tristan McCollum. Tristan McCollum RAS score was higher than everyone else in this whole draft. Like him and his twin brother Keon. I think the best cornerback is Derby, or what's his name, something like that. Tristan McCollum's on our roster, and he's got a higher RAS score than a whole lot of these guys. So as far as having someone fit enough and fast enough to play the bloody safety position, you got Sydney, who's a lunatic, and then you got Lewis Sign from Georgia as well. I mean, between the three of them, I just don't even see us getting a safety or an edge, frankly, until day 3. So
now, how are you feeling about Isaiah? Simmons, not Isaiah Simmons.
Justin
Simmons. I'm sorry.
mm,
No, he speaks he studies the book of Fangio.
no, just not at all.
Old Testament, man.
Look
old
what
book.
Fangio just did. Look what Fangio just did with all our youth. It's like sit back and let this guy cook at this stage.
Yeah, I
and
agree.
same goes with his edges. Like our traditional idea of our like a 4-3 end is what we've been living with for a long time now. Fangio just come in and flip the whole thing on its head. He wants, light, fast guys on the corners, and he wants heavy hitters in the middle. And so the biggest concern for me right now is, do we get Walter Nolan? And if we don't, who's the next one? I think partnering someone with Jalen Carter is really important. Just for, I hate to say it, if Jalen goes down, well, what happens to the middle of our defense? It goes south really quick. So we've got to put someone in there in that rotation. And this is not taken away from a Jomo or Jordan Davis, but that 4-man rotation with Booker as well just won us a Super Bowl. And we're world beaters. We just ate everyone's shit. So you just got to have that other person that can plug in there. And I just don't know if we're going to get him in the first round or whether we're going to trade up to get him. I don't know. But that's
I don't think Walter Nolan is going to make it out of 25. That's
yeah.
just
We
where
got to
I'm
trade
at.
him.
Have you heard the Broncos are talking about that they're receiving calls and they're right above the Steelers.
So what would make them that? What, 22,
20.
23?
I think 20. I think they're
20.
20.
I think we have to give up too much capital for 20.
Yeah.
Has anyone looked at the trade calculator?
No, but I can
No.
tell you just
How
from
many
the
points?
mark alone what we had to give up for the Vikings to get that pick. Imagine what we have to give up for the 20th.
You know, I'll say this. I totally believe this is the time to push all your chips in now. Only because I think we've got a dynasty. I think we're going to be picking 32 for the next couple of years.
Mhm.
And so we should treat I think we
Yeah.
should treat 32 like it's a second round pick anyways, and
Yeah.
push it into the this draft, and even 2027 we should push that one in as well. You know, our top picks, and we go for it now, because you look at Saquon Barkley, you got 2 years, 3 years solid. Everyone else has signed up. We've just got to fucking go for it. And I don't care about what happens after. We just go into a what do you call it, a rebuild after that, because we won't be able to play everyone. So this is that stage right now where we're not looking to sustain. We're just going to push for a dynasty, and I just think, fuck it, just go for it, you know.
So
I give you guys.
Go ahead.
I give you guys two names. We're talking about inside pass rushers. If Walter Nolan's gone, and we're looking at the third and fourth round, Riley Mills out of Notre Dame, big man on campus, and Ty Robinson out of Nebraska, big man on campus. Both like 6'4", 6'5", under 300. Both ran the 40 under 5. Just big guy. I don't know why they're not second round prospects. They can do a lot of things that we need as far as inside pass rush, and both of them have a lot of experience on the edge as well.
But how are they against the run? That is my main problem. I don't want to have to drop off, because we were so good against the run last year.
Yeah,
so good. And I
no,
don't
check
want
them
to
out.
get.
Check them out. They're good against the run, and big moments. They're big men on campus. They're the alpha of their defenses. Big, just walking around campus. Oh, that's the guy. On Saturday, he's gonna wreck shot. Versus Wisconsin, Iowa. And yeah, check them out.
And
Riley Mills and Ty Robinson.
Ty Robinson, he's built. I think he's got a nice little bull rush. But I think if you go to Scott Kennedy, I think it's Scott Kennedy on YouTube, he has the cut ups of the Senior Bowl of Ty Robinson against a lot of these top offensive linemen. You can really check out him there. He's a guy that hopefully, he's a guy in a lot of my mocks. I try to, if I can't get DT early, then I'm going him mid rounds, anywhere in between third, fourth and fifth, if I can.
Do you think Mike Green is going to fall out of the first?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I would say Mike Green would be like a late 20. I would say if the Falcons do something right other than commit draft seppuku like they did last year when they selected Michael Penix Jr.
But hear me out. We thought in the beginning it was a bogus move, but it turns out it was not bogus after all.
Right. And yeah, okay. So I think, and with that, I would say like the Falcons could try and target Mike Green. And you know what? That's my beat the doll moment. Mike Green goes to the Falcons.
Niners Green and Niners Cozy, really?
What?
I've got a question. I've got a question for you diehards when you're ready, though. I think going back to my childhood, we were always 4-3, and then the one time that we switched over to this odd front was under Chip Kelly, and I still have nightmares about that.
I don't need PTSD, bro.
I had those same nightmares. I had those same nightmares when Vic Fangio came in, because I swear I spent the whole first half of last season going, fuck. How did you guys feel about the transition and what he eventually did? That's my question to you. I guess we know the result, right? But I mean, at the time, we've got all these 4-3 players, and now we've got an odd front, and he just jammed them in and made it work. And look, we had the best defense ever. I could never have predicted that. How did you feel about it yourselves? That was my question too.
I think as far as the Eagles' talent in this case, it beats scheme. We got players that like can push the pocket, players can rush the edge, and we have so much talent on the line. It doesn't really matter, if it's 3-4 or 4-3. I think, in this case, we have enough talent to do both.
Now, I will bring something up that worries me a little bit. We know Nakobe is not going to be ready for the beginning of the season. Who are we playing? We know he is not with that injury he had. So we got Bond there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Van Summeren.
And Van Simmering, and then we brought
Trotter
Bradley
Jr.
in.
Trotter Jr. season.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, well yes, but is he ready?
I think you got to throw something at the wall just to see, throw
If
him
it
in the fire.
sticks.
Yeah.
I mean, we signed Bradley back, right?
just let's not forget Trotter has a personal position coach, so I think he's gonna be ready. I think he's gonna be ready.
Well, I'll also throw in though that my belief is Uchi's the guy that they snuck in there.
He can play outside linebacker too.
Right? Yeah, I thought the same thing. If he becomes a Braun.
Him and Braun were drafted in the same draft in 2020, and bloody Uchi went second round. Braun went third round from memory, but yeah. There you go.
And Uchi's RAS score is pretty good. He has some agility to move, sideline to sideline.
As long as because we were so good, and I think truly we were that good because we had solid linebackers for the first time ever. It was a big. It stopped the run. Like the run was stopped because, okay, if the front four let it go through, the linebackers had them. I just don't want to be a weak link in there.
Yeah.
I'm going to disagree with you only in the sense to Bob from Down Under's point. I think the best player to buy into Fangio's system, because you made a point about how the scheme switched up a little bit. If Fangio gets the correct players to buy into his system, these are all NFL caliber players. There's only a handful of superstars in the league. Superstars are somebody that completely destroy a game, either offensive or defensive side of the ball. But when it comes to a position for a Fangio defense, if you get the right personality, which is why this draft is huge and next year's as well, because getting young players to come in and completely commit to a system and trust that where you're supposed to be is where you're supposed to be helps the defense succeed. Because when you get somebody that comes in and argues to try and slide one thing or think they know, not say the position better, but just where they're at, they think they have a better mindset. Everybody bought in last year. Everybody bought in and knew what their role was.
Yeah, can I add to that? You hit the nail on the head. What was amazing this year was the gap assignments. The guys up front made their lives so easy for the linebackers, and that's why it always comes back to this to me right now. It's okay. So Milton's gone, and I sent a little message in your what do you call it? Your text and stuff before I got on here. But basically, I said, well, I watched all of Walter Nolan's tape. And then I put on 4 or 5 minutes. It's a great clip out there of Moro Ojomo going against NFL talent already. And I've been really excited about the idea we could get someone like Walter Nolan. But Moro Ojomo he picked up bloody Jalen Carter's club move. He was tearing people up, man. He's special, and he won me over in that 5 minutes. And I calmed down a lot about getting a DT in the first round. Just watching those clips and what he did against NFL professionals. But we've got to have that rotation there. So that fourth guy, and I thought Booker had gone, by the way. I'm glad he's still on the roster, but that guy's got to step in. It's either sitting behind Morrow or he's in front of him if he's good enough. And as far as Jordan's concerned, I think they're just going to float him out there. And if he doesn't perform this year, he's going to be the next comp pick. Hopefully the 3rd or 4th round pick from the following draft.
My biggest question about Jordan Davis is, what did we expect from Jordan Davis? Jordan Davis is a large human being, and his job always at every spot he's played throughout his career has been a run stopper.
Yep.
It's fill the gaps. But I think to this point, the hate on Jordan Davis it's null and
Uncalled
void.
for.
Like it shouldn't
Uncalled.
exist.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
when
wait
he's
a-
on the
also-
field, there's two gap assignments that are full. He
Yeah,
might
but
not be
remember,
making the pretty tackles.
remember though when he come in, we had that schmuck Gannon here, and like we've gone through a process of trying to make him the next Fletcher Cox or get him to drop weight. But now you got Fangio in here, and we're not using a. Well, actually, we've got someone who knows how to use a odd front properly. I don't think Gannon did, and sort of that's a problem with Jordan Davis, where he's got dropped into a situation where we're converting sort of from a 4-3 to Gannon shit, and now we've got Fangio, and we haven't seen the best of him. So, yeah, I agree with you. We shouldn't pick on him, but at the same time too, you know, he's shed weight, he's built strength. But can he play 3 downs? And that's what the expected
Well-
first round pick.
I
We
wanna
gave up
see
a
if he-
shitload of picks to get him, so we expect him to play 3 downs every game. You know what I mean?
If he dropped another, you know, I remember asking Hollis, I was like, do you think he could drop down to like 320s?
No, I don't think he has the body
Yeah.
proportion to play.
Yeah.
Damn.
I honestly don't like the hate Jordan Davis is getting. I think it's yes, I get it. He was a high draft pick, but let's face it, he's a gigantic human being. Anybody who saw him ever in person knows that guy is huge, right? So
I think
He's a big
I think he
boy.
plays. I think he plays his role. My thing
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
every guy on this roster last year, like had a role and they played
Yep.
it well. Like it's like in a movie, every character when they play their role, the movie is amazing.
Let's
I
not forget
guess.
the important sack he got in the playoffs.
Of course.
Let's
The Rams,
But
Yes.
you can't give him. You can't give him
Yes.
Fletcher Cox. You can't give him Fletcher Cox money though, right? That's what we're sort
That
of
was
really
gonna
But
that was
getting
gonna
I
down
be
to
the
the
never
next
bottom.
point.
looked at Jordan
What's
Davis
the
as a
best two
Fletcher
mouths?
Cox type of replacement.
Well, I think that's what they drafted him to be, though, if you think about it. And yeah, well, I guess when you sort of try and balance it all out, it's just money now. When we get into the end of his contract, and it's sad to say, they've got to come up with an answer. And this is his prove it year, I guess. And hopefully, he proves everyone wrong who's been doubting him. And I'm
I
rooting
mean,
for him. I'm
Milton
a massive
Williams
fan.
did, right? Milton Williams did. Before last season, we were all like iffy about Milton Williams. And then for me personally,
Mhm.
Milton Williams got better as the season went on towards the end of the season. I was still iffy about him the first 6, 7 games in, but then once we started going to that back end of the season, that's when he really started popping. And I think in this case, we just have to be patient with Jordan. And then also, one thing I think I can see Jordan will do if he is not giving us the production that we want, I can see Jordan taking a very friendly deal because he wants to stay with his boys.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs. But that's exactly what I was kind of leaning to, Bob, was the point that if he doesn't ask for more money, is it the devil you know or the devil you don't? Like
Yep.
if you know what his position, you know what his role is. But I think that's what makes it difficult for me to realize where we're going to go in the draft this year.
Mhm.
Because if we attack D tackle early, even if it's friendly deal, I don't think he's sticking around.
Yeah.
If and that's what makes me teeter totter back and forth, and that's why I was going to bring up the question for tonight's first round and going into the second. If you guys, if I asked a question and gave 3 topics real quick, doesn't have to be player, doesn't have to be anything like that. I'd like to get an overall consensus on everybody's thoughts. Do you think we move up, move down? That's the first question. And then do we take the best player available, which would be the second question? And what position do you feel they attack? So it's one of those 3. Do you feel we move up and move down? Do you feel that we attack the best player possession, yes or no? Or do you think we take somebody else?
I feel like if our guys there were moving up, and I think they're already in line to probably do that. If their target's there, and even their socials are kind of like hinting at some like movement with some of their posts. I think I just you have to go get the guy that you need. Like
I think for me personally, the only
play around.
person I'm willing to move up for is Walter Nolan. I think every other position I don't see any other player worth moving up besides Walter Nolan. That's just where I'm at. I think with 32, we can take care of the rest if we don't trade up. The only person I really would trade up for is Walter Nolan because he's going to be an instant game changer with Jalen Carter up there. Um, that's where I'm at. I'm happy if we stay put. If they don't go for him, then uh trade down. Maybe
What
Pierce slides out of the first, and we can get him early second. Um,
would you
but
trade up
yeah,
for the Bulldogs? Macaulay Williams, is it Gale? Is that his name?
Makai Williams
Yeah,
gonna
Michael.
be
Yeah,
going top
Would
20.
Mikael Williams.
Yeah,
would you trade up for him? Because my gut's sort of leaning that way a little bit too.
They would trade up for him if he got closer. I think he had a lower leg injury, and I think the production wasn't there. Like he played through an injury through most of the season last year. If he didn't get injured, I don't even think he would be in the talks of being anywhere close to us. But I think I do think he's still getting his. He got the length. You
Yeah,
you look
yeah,
at other players like Ezaraku, like body type wise. I mean,
that's a dark horse one too. Yeah,
Mm.
who Ezaraku?
yeah. But also, I'll say who's the other one? Pierce.
Pierce.
We love the tame lunatics, and
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with that. If we could put Walter Nolan or James Pierce next to Jalen Carter, it'd just be Looney Tunes, man. I love it.
Shout out to Justin Melo. He from the Draft Network. I asked him, I was like, what is the buzz here? And he's just like, James Pierce, locker room cancer. I was like, damn.
Could Don tame him or what? You think?
That's a good question. What say you? Shout out to Cozy joining the chat this morning. I mean, where are you at? Are we moving up? Are we staying put? Or we trading back?
I think Howie wants to move up. I think the plan is move up, get Starks, and if Starks is gone, or like the guy he really wants is gone, which I think is Starks, I think we trade back, and then that's when Simmons gets signed.
Interesting. I mean the talk about Starks is like I think he'd make a perfect prospect to add to this team. I don't really want to go safety in the first round, just from a contract, just the way the contracts just how he is like set up. His mindset is like contracts.
Whose mic is like having ocean sounds over here?
Is that
Hold on a sec. That might be my fan. Give me 1 second. I was wondering if it was going to do that.
People from Florida, man, you out here burning up.
It's hot. It's always hot.
They're much better.
I sleep with a flood fan on, so it's just constantly circulating air.
So I mean, the idea. I mean, how high are you up on Starks over Walter Nolan?
So I think Walter Nolan is great, but I think for that position we can also get value in the second round. I think Darius Alexander is the guy, and that is a thought or a rant I could get into later because we were discussing, or you guys were discussing the hiring of the Bowling Green coach.
What about being 25 in a Tybo class?
That's what I'm saying. You're talking about Howie and contracts, and why would we draft a first round guy who's gonna get paid more with that contract and he's older? It doesn't really make sense when you're talking about contracts. And a DT is a higher contract than a safety, is it not? So it'd be cheaper to get safety in the first than a tackle that's aging, or not aging, but you know what I mean?
Yes, like the last position is I believe is safety in terms of contract.
I just think you should trade up in the first and trade up in the second on the second day as well, and trade up in the third round as well. We've got 20 picks.
Straight up.
It doesn't make any sense to keep 20 picks, so he's going to be moving, and we've got like fifth round picks. If we're not trading one of those for a veteran, I'd be shocked. But we just don't need them. We don't need all those picks next year unless he's going to roll them into the following year. We're in a win now mode. We need to get studs, and we've got the capital. So I don't know what everyone's thinking about moving down to get more picks for. We should
No,
be,
that's not
you
for
know,
me. It's not
mm,
that for me. It's more so at 32. I'm looking at paying contract second round is just cheaper than paying the first round. And that's really what it is. If you can get a good pick in the second round, you're going to pay him less when the contract is coming than a first rounder. That's
yeah,
where I'm at.
but 3 or 4 years down the road, though, Helena, we're talking about this is a window. This is the dynasty window right
No,
now.
I
We
understand.
should have had that KC game, except for that stupid turf.
Cozy changing his hat.
You know what I mean? But everything
Mm-hmm.
happens for a reason. All of a sudden, right now, we've just got the best, what would you call it? The perfect storm is what I'm referring
Yeah.
to. Great
Cozy, quick,
coaches.
quick question, Cozy. Do you think Alexander is going to be there though in the late second round?
So I don't know if he's going to be there late second round, but I also think that not necessarily trading back to get more picks, but I think how we could trade back from the first and then trade up from the fifth. So we're more picks condensed in the, day
Yeah.
2, day 3 range like that, more second to 4 round. That's what I think Howie might be doing. That way it's not getting more picks, but it's getting more value in those picks that will be
But
later
the
than the
age,
first round.
Cozy, the age thing doesn't concern you at all because usually players coming in at 2021, you get at least 2 years to develop. You know what I mean? You get 2 years and then they start to work towards their prime and work towards their position.
His fifth-year option will be in when he's 30.
30.
Yeah.
That's, you know what I mean?
For
Like
Welch and
that's,
Nolan, right?
No,
no, for Darius
for
Alexander.
you think of Morris or Jomo was 20 when he got drafted.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think you should stop mocking that guy for his age. I
It's not
don't agree
mock.
with that. I don't like that because what's the average lifespan of an NFL player anyways? It's lucky
4
to be
years.
3 years.
Yeah,
Fourth
but
lucky.
you my thing is they love the age, because that's all they talk about. I mean, like scouts are like that's exactly what they're talking about. It hasn't. And my thing, I look. He started as an offensive lineman, and so he was a late behind the eight ball in that sense, and then I was like, well, that sucks for him,
Well, I was going to
But
piggyback
when
off
he
of
was at the Senior Bowl, it was like I'm sitting there in the stands and I'm like, who is this Toledo kid? I was like, we got another one, and he had a great Senior Bowl. It's just, and then when I started looking at the age, I was like, damn, man, it's just a
If
little
only.
bit old.
Well, that
Yeah,
was
gosh.
the tail end of my question on that was more, has everybody watched enough film on him to feel that if he gets drafted that early, that he's automatically coming in and being an impact player? And if people feel that way and he doesn't need 2 to 3 years of development, I'm fine with the age. But if he needs that 2 to 3 years of development, then you're putting out his contract. You're getting middle of his prime before he really starts to shine. To your point, 2 to 3 years in the NFL. That's more the concern, not the age. It's just, is he ready to come in and hit the ground running and be an impact player at that high of a draft capital?
But at the same time, I think maybe his age could be also a plus side in a weird sense because he might be the leadership, right? He might have more leadership presence because he is older, right?
Well, then the way that Sirianni's pretty tight with the Toledo program.
He is.
So like he's got the full download on if that's a player they're looking at. I don't think.
Did
he
he
was
came in for a visit?
He was getting mocked to us. I don't think did he come in for a visit?
He did. I thought Alexander came in for a top 30.
Hold on, I got the visits here.
He was at the end, I think. He had a lot. He had a lot of visits.
I know Walter Nolan got a visit.
Can I just while you're doing that, I'll just butt in and say this: we've got our drinking age here is 18 in Australia, and I think when I think back to when I was 20 years old, like my maturity level, even at 19, 18, 20, 21, every year I look back on the year when I was younger and went, holy fuck, how much have I learned now? And I did that all the way up until about 26. keep looking back on yourself and look at how much you matured as a human being. And I think there's just a ridiculous amount of pressure put on these 20-year-old kids, man.
Yeah.
That's just because they're built 6'4" and 300 pounds doesn't mean their brain is. You know that they don't. You don't technically mature like in your brain fully until you're about 30.
And I mean,
Right, so
technically speaking, your brain is not fully developed until you're 25.
well,
So,
actually, 30 is when they say it's all rounded out, and especially for women, Helena. I'll just throw that in. That's
hey,
why
keep it
I
easy.
don't date any girls under 30.
Hey, I'm 40. I'm not in
Well,
that
well,
class.
my point is, though, just because they're special at something sport doesn't mean that they've got all their shit together, and there's this insane amount of pressure on them that I just don't think, like, even as us as fans and armchair experts, we don't give enough credit to that situation, that they've been pampered athletes through high school and college sometimes. They don't know how to be men or adults. They're just living in a different world.
No, Bob, I completely agree, because like even you look at anybody who's made it to the NFL at the age of 32 and 33, and they wish they could at that point put that mental capacity into their 25-year-old self, they break every record in the NFL. You know what I mean? Because they learn the game and they do stuff. So there is something to say as a 25-year-old. Mine just worries about he has one injury year. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. It's not saying like age is an issue, because I agree with you. Having the leadership and being at that point is a strong value. But at 27, he tears an ACL. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't
Like,
heal
that's
up as
just
quick.
that's
Yeah,
just
that's
an
a
extra
great point.
year. That's an extra everything. You know what I mean? As
Yeah,
opposed to, I
great
don't want
point.
anybody to get injured.
But you know, the problem is that's the one thing about this crazy game and all sports, though, is you can't predict the injuries, man. And it breaks your heart. I was just thinking about every time I hear the word fullback, I think Leonard Weaver. And we put Van Summeren back there, bang, did his knee as well. I mean, but when Leonard Weaver went down, we haven't really had a fullback that made me happy since.
Yeah, Van
So,
Summeren. Hey, I'll take Van Summeren for cheap.
one
Yeah,
name
we'll
that
still.
we keep forgetting about is Jack Campbell, right? We talked about him a lot before the draft.
Well, that's one. Yeah. But with the
I-
Georgia guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the way he moved at the combine I was super impressed. But I think, do I see him? I feel like he's going a little bit earlier anyway. So like, I took him pretty much. I think he's going. Yeah, I think he's going to go pretty early.
We were top 15.
Around there.
What about Cam Scatterbo? Now we've got Aaron Dillon.
Oh my God, Scatterbo.
Yeah, I mean, people love like with Daniel Jeremiah's like, you're not even American if you don't like Cam Scatterbo. I was like, what? I didn't understand. I was like, what? I mean, like everyone's rooting for him. I think I wanted to see him at the Senior Bowl, but he ended up not attending. I was like, damn,
I don't think it transitions into the NFL. Who was the Stanford running back after? He was similar, just like Scatterbo, and everybody loved him, and he came out. He got drafted relatively high. It just didn't work.
Oh, he went to the Jags.
Yeah. Oh, what was his name? But I see him being a similar personality.
Blonde-headed dude.
Yep.
You don't think we signed Ben Zimmer and more for halfback shit, and not much as a linebacker, to be honest?
Hey, he's a dual player, man. Forget Travis Hunter. We dual way player.
Did you know when Van Summeren did his testing, all his combine stuff, it was almost identical to Nolan Smith. You going back and check that. He's like built like Nolan Smith, so he can do anything. He's one of those gadget players. But who was that white running back for the Browns that made the Madden cover? Do you remember back in the day? What was his name?
Peyton Hillis.
Yeah, I think Scatterbo might be him 2.0. But
yeah, I mean,
everyone laughed at Shipley being drafted as a running back, but they also laughed at some bloke called Cooper DeJean playing cornerback.
Oh yeah, they said he's going to be a safety.
So look, you got to look past the color of people sometimes, and you might find gem there.
There's no laughing over here. No laughing on this end.
No,
I'd rather have RJ Harvey than Scatterboo.
I
Scatterboo.
100% Gil.
I just love the name Scatterboo.
RJ
But you
RJ
got
Harvey,
Harvey,
boy.
UCF.
Have you guys watched RJ Harvey from UCF?
Yeah, he's nice.
He, like, bro,
You know I have Gil.
he's nice. I
Good,
know,
You
I
know
good
I
know.
have.
ability to break away.
Yeah, the other guy, what's his name from USC? He's got a lot of because when you think about potential prospects we bring in here, Woody Marks from USC, he broke the single season record for catches by a Mississippi State running back. He ends up transferring to USC. He's got a at the Senior
Yeah,
Bowl. He was pretty decent in pass situations, I think, and can play some special teams. So you got to think about Kenny Gainwell. Any back end running back that can play special teams.
Tyler
Like,
Brooks, Saunders.
I mean Shipley can play special teams. No,
well, sadly, Howie actually basically called him a special teams player when he might have accidentally did that, but
who's this?
uh, Shipley, they referred to him just as he's a great special teams player. But anyways, then he went and got Aaron Dillon. What do you think about Aaron Dillon? Do you think he's got enough in the tank? I know he's in the squat club. They
no.
love
I
the squat
think
club.
I think he has something to prove, and he wants to prove it.
Mm,
Yeah, he had a neck injury, a little scare there.
mm,
Obviously, yeah, he's from my hometown,
mm,
close with his family and everything. He's the way that he's built mentally, like he's 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 been different ever since he was a kid.
mm,
So like to see him here, and knowing that his back in the day, his grandfather was like the first African American captain at Notre Dame.
yeah,
Um,
where?
and then he ended up playing with the Giants. So he's kind of seen the process of like the bloodlines are there, and I think he's just happy for the opportunity. And him being away from football for a whole year,
Mm.
I
Mm,
think really, I'm not gonna say got to him in a way. He has a podcast out there, but he talks about it, but just not being involved. He's hungry to play, and I think that's a good spot where you want him to have him at.
Yeah, and I don't think he's gonna have the workload that he had in Green Bay. Um, let's face it.
Short yardage game is gonna be bananas.
Might
Yeah.
not need the tush push as much.
2 yards after
Yeah.
contact last year with Barkley. 2 yards after contact with Dylan is gonna be bananas. That's like after Barkley, then you got to deal with Dylan on
Yep.
short yardage.
I
And we got
I enjoy. Yeah, my bad.
I think it's going to be the worst part about this. It really is going to be the guessing game of last year Kellen Moore come in for that whole first month, and we had to have the O line go and tell Nick Sirianni or whoever was calling the plays and doing the game plan, run the fucking ball. Yeah, I always wanted to run power football behind our O line for the last 5 years or so. And they decided to start running. Like, hey, we won the Super Bowl. You got Saquon Barkley just popping them off. If you want to change it up and you want to hurt a defense, man, you give that ball to Aaron Dillon and say, hit that gap. There's going to be a gap there. You know what I mean? Like, hey, how you going to soften up that defense for the rest of the game? You put that big fella up. You put him behind Landon Dixon and Malata or whatever.
I mean,
You got,
the joke is like, imagine if we had Warren. Not that that's not happening, but imagine if you had that kind of AJ Brown, beastly. I mean, Dallas Goddard is a beast himself, so I don't like in a different
Just
way.
can't stay on
Supermars,
the,
you
just
mean?
can't stay on the field.
I mean, it's just
That
it's
is
a
the one thing that I am so. You bring Dallas Goddard up, and it's like, are we re-signing him? Are we not? Are we? It is such a
I feel like
limbo.
I want him back, to be
I
honest.
want him back too. I don't, because I was salty when Ertz left. I'm not gonna lie, it hurt my soul. But I think Dallas leaving is gonna hurt me way more because
Hmm.
I don't know what it is. First of all, I think Dallas Goddard is a better tight end than Zach Ertz. Um, a more well-rounded tight end. And then the ability, right? You see when Dallas Goedert catches the ball, he easily gets what, 4 or 5 yards after catch easily.
That catch in the Saints game.
Oh my God!
God. That game. Well, I was like, bro. I was like, man. I know.
Or the stiff
Mulatto.
arm against the
Yeah,
Packers.
against the Packers.
Well, the one
And
thing
he
that
has
I
he has
do
a
really
reverse
like,
hurdle in his chamber too.
He does.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the touchdown.
Yep.
back
What
to
were
the
you
AJ
saying?
Dillon, back to the AJ
Zach,
Dillon point is people
Mm.
wanting to come here on the 1 year prove it deal. Guys that are still in their prime. We're
Mhm.
not grabbing guys that are tail end of their career or stuff like that. There's guys that see Philadelphia as an organization to go, hey, look what Mekhi Becton just did. Now I wish he stayed, but I get it. You know what I mean? Get your money. AJ Dillon,
Oh.
he could have a Jamal when he was on the Lions. You know what I mean? He could punch it in for 14 touchdowns this year with the ability if we decide not to run the tush push as much. There's pieces where bringing in these guys on 1 year deals, even if it's prove it deals, you're getting high talent caliber players
Mhm.
that can just fill out the roster at usually a low value. That's the thing I like most about the AJ Dillon signing.
Hey, speaking of money, go get your money at Underdog Fantasy, man. Use promo code Jawn and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. Okay. I mean, do you ever watch sports and find yourself wishing there was a way to get into the game? Let's go with Underdog. There's finally a way to make picks on sports without leaving the house. The game is in your hands. This is opportunity, man. You know, you can get players and pick lower or higher in some games. We have different sports. I know, you know, if it's baseball season, I know Cozy chose to wear a Phillies hat, but there's multiple sports that you can do this in. Make sure you download the Underdog app and sign up now using the promo code Jawn to unlock a special offer up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org in Arizona. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP and text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. A lot of hope going on, and that hope is
Look at that segue.
Listen,
hope is to get the right pick.
yeah, my hope is
Today.
I actually want us to move up in the second round. That's what I want. I don't like the end field of the second round. I would love for them to move towards the middle of the second or the beginning.
Yeah.
Obviously, if we go trade out from the 32nd, then we have in the beginning of the second round something. But if we not, for me, it's just such a big gap in between.
I'm looking at Ferguson.
Yeah, I like
But-
Ferguson.
Like if
Terrence Ferguson?
if we have to stay at the back end of the second, I'm thinking if Arroyo goes and then Taylor goes, Arroyo
I don't
goes.
like Gail. I don't like Arroyo. His injuries worry me.
Yeah, I mean,
When he's ready, I'll ask you a question. I'll be back in a second.
I gotta
He's a
go
Miami
do the work
player.
thing. I gotta go do the work thing. Thank you for having me on, Gail.
brother.
Hopefully, I'll see you tonight. Go
I'll
Birds!
see you. I'll see you tonight.
Go Birds.
Appreciate you. Again,
Jack
if
party.
anyone wants to jump on,
Cozy.
we have seats available. You need to get your draft takes on. Give us a shout, and we'll get you on.
Cozy, what do you think about Arroyo? You think he is a problem?
I'm not big on people from Miami right now.
Whoa.
Yep. Same.
Players from Miami or just people in general?
You're gonna have
Well,
problem with prom, man.
They're all the same to me. I live down here, so they're all the same, all encompassing. I think it's better to draft players that can play in the cold because you see what happens with Miami
Yeah.
players that are so used to playing in the heat.
Oh, okay.
That's a point.
Good point.
They come up here and it's not up here, but you know what I mean. They go up there and it's I can't play. It's too cold. It's like, well, what are you
Hey,
doing?
what about Jalen Carter? Is from Florida?
Well, he was in
Jalen Carter's
Georgia.
beefy.
Yeah.
He got meat on his bones. That's a beefy boy.
Yeah, the big boys don't mind the cold. I don't think so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
They
at
got
the
the
same
blubber.
time, Smitty is from Louisiana, right? And Louisiana is hot as shit.
The
Yeah,
Smitty's different.
Hey,
That
Smitty,
guy,
wanna give you
Arroyo
the-
is not Smitty.
Yeah, I know.
see the issue is the 1 year of production. You know, like from 2021 to 2023, he had 11 receptions for under 200 something yards. His breakout season was the last year, 35 catches, 590 yards, 7 touchdowns. 34.3% of his catches in 2024 went for 20 yards or more. Brock Bowers finished his final season at Georgia with 23.2%. He has only one career drop. I think when I went to the Senior Bowl, I say Senior Bowl a lot because that's the place to be to check out these prospects. He flashed. I was waiting for Mason Taylor to like outperform him, I think, and Arroyo was the guy that was like flashing the most.
Yeah, but here's the thing. How is our blocking abilities? Because I don't want to have another tight end that is Ertz like, who's great in the routes, who's catching, but can't block for shit. We have that in Calcaterra. Why would we bring in a similar tight end? Because let's face it, Calcaterra has great hands. He has great hands. And
You
he
know,
can run routes.
wait,
But the problem is he can't block.
What up? No, the thing is, Calcaterra is you don't see him block him because the play's already up the field. He actually does all right in the trenches, and he's won me over. For a guy who's had 4 concussions and nearly quit the sport, I've been like, down on him since he started. I've never been a fan, and he has worked his way into this team like he's an irreplaceable person now. He's proved all the doubters wrong.
Yeah.
He is a surprisingly good blocker, but I'm with you with the Ertz thing. I never forgave him when he whiffed on that Vontae Perfect. Is that how you say his name? The Bengals nasty guy that like
Yeah.
Yeah,
Vontae's perfect.
You got a lot of heat in Philly after that.
Yeah.
I never forgive him. I always thought, you bitch, you know.
No, I put a meme out there, and that was probably the last time I've ever. That was uncalled for. I got blocked for that. That was a different day. I'm not like that on Twitter. Probably hardly see me on Twitter these days. I don't really mess with Twitter like that as much.
It was a business decision. I don't want to get run over.
Yeah, he ended up.
Out of the way.
He unblocked me, and then everything's cool. I actually met his mom and everything. Mom's super cool.
Oh no way!
They do a lot in the community out here. So, and then I ended up. I met Julie at the one of the games, and that's where she was.
Congratulations on your wedding, Lucky.
And Lucky
Jump scare.
Well, you kissed and made up. That's good.
Lucky was he's a big Julie Ertz fan.
Yeah, cool. That's cool.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with Zach. I think he's a phenomenal tight end. I just think he's not a well-rounded tight end.
Right.
I mean,
When I think about when I think about a top tight end, for me, the person that comes into mind is George Kittle because he does it fucking all. He does it all, right? And then
that one play where he's getting pulled down by his face mask and he's just still going up the sideline.
Yes.
All right, Ertz could never do that.
No, but you know who also doesn't block well enough? Kelsey. Kelsey doesn't block well enough either, in my opinion. So I hate this debate when they say who's better, Gronk or Kelsey. It's Gronk all day. What are we even talking about here?
I think it's really just depending on what flavor you want. Like, and that's the thing. Like that's the thing with a lot of these tight ends, like Warren, Loveland. Like, what is your flavor? Like, if you're looking, and that's why I feel like when you look at a prospect, it's like, where do they win? Like, how do they fit your offense? If that's what you need him to do, and he can do that, I do think the Arroyo thing with like him as a blocker in line, I start to think like, and then I mean that's what I say with if you can have Goddard, and then you can have Fannin later. That's two different guys that can do some different things.
But I love
Back
Calcaterra. I
machine.
don't know why people constantly overlooking him.
Well, I'm thinking also concussion game. Like
Yeah.
we're one concussion away from. I mean, he already retired in college.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I mean, just in terms of like, I mean, but then you think about the prospects that we brought in here. I mean, the Harrison
Granson.
Granson from the Colts. He plays with a blue and onion on his head. He permanently. He doesn't. So he's worried about his concussions as well. Have you seen? He doesn't take it off.
The Halo cap
Yeah, I call it the blue and
for the
onion.
Guardian.
If you go to Outback Steakhouse, they have the blue and onion. They put.
Oh, I know what a blue and onion is. I'm a big fan.
Okay.
We don't have that shit over here, by the way.
You don't have Outback in
Imagine
Australia?
that. Is that
Nah, that's
You guys are the
shit.
Outback.
steakhouse?
Shit, the whole thing's made up. I don't know. Well, yeah, there's not even one restaurant here. Same with Foster's Beer. We don't have that shit. The only place I ever drank that was in fucking London when I was there. But yeah, anyways.
Have you a Foster's?
So have you guys? I mean, Ferguson. I did a deep dive. I'm watching like interviews from when he was like in high school, when he was just doing interviews, and he wanted to play football so bad during the COVID season that he transferred out, moved because he wanted to like play. It's that whole want to thing where when I look at a prospect, is like, do they want to be great? Do they want? Man's almost like married already. He's pretty locked in, very very religious, very professional. He's a pro already. I thought
Tanner McKee of tight ends.
Bro, he carries himself. All his interviews, I was like, bro, I'd love to have this kid in our locker room. So,
well, if you're rolling,
Is he related to Cowboys Ferguson? Yeah. My bad.
You go.
I don't think so.
My cousin's a Cowboys fan, and he said it was his cousin, and I was like, "Is he?" And he was like, "No, I'm just messing. I don't know. It might be." I was like, "Is it?"
But Jake
good genes.
Wisconsin, right?
Yeah.
That's why I always feel like at the Senior Bowl, that's where you get your tight end. That is like Isaiah Likely. When I interviewed Fannin, said, "Well, who do you model your game after?" He's like Isaiah Likely.
Well, that's where they interviewed Mason Taylor, though, right? So.
Yeah. And combine, you got a combine meeting as well.
There's about six guys after Tyler Warren that are really, yeah. I think it's going to be one of those things that could all be superstars in the league. This is a great draft for tight ends. It's a great draft for DTs. Yeah. I think if I sit back and be nervous about anything, it's cornerback. Well, success at picking them was great when we're in the upper rounds, but I don't see us going high with that because there's not that many blue chip ones at this stage in this draft. So I don't know.
You talking tight end?
Tight end wise, I don't know. I just think
you wait.
I like to keep Goddard. What I want Mason Taylor.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
we have to move up for Taylor. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
What do you mean in the first round?
No,
Helena?
Well, the prediction was first. We did a couple of mocks, right? And he fell to us every time in the second. But now the last week, he's getting some type of hype. I don't know where is it coming from.
Well, I mean, like all the Bruglers and Jeremiah's have him top 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think his father was on my plane from where in Florida? I don't even know where Pensacola was, and just seeing his father, him and his father were like his father was on the sideline with him and coaching him up. It was like he comes from great bloodlines, you know.
Agreed.
He's been around the game. I think that's one thing that teams love, the fact that you got prospects that grew up watching a Hall of Fame father, Hall of Fame uncle. Like he's been around the games for so long, he's already a pro's pro. I think. I mean,
he's still 20 years old too, by the way.
Also, natural pass catcher.
Mm.
You know, he'll grab the ball at his highest point. He'll smooth. He was smooth in the gauntlet. The speed was interesting. The gauntlet, I like that.
It's funny we talk about speeds and stuff, though, right? Bloody Zach Baum, going back to him and Uchi just quickly, because I did a quick study on him before earlier on, just out of interest. If we're looking at linebackers, and I guess to reinforce my idea that the reason we've got Uchi is not to pass rush, it's to stand behind Bourne. Bourne ran a 4.65, right? As a linebacker, and he was at the time, I think he was only about 220. He's up to 240 now. And he just about won the defensive player of the year. So, like, it's just amazing to see what Vic Fangio is doing with people, and that whole gap assignment conversation we got into is something that really sticks in my head. Is he was set up for success by Clint Hurt, Fangio, and that odd front three, front four, you know, the defensive line. So I'm just really curious to see what's going to happen with that. Who do we have to plug in there to keep that success? And do we worry about speed anymore at all? Fangio just took a guy off the street basically and Vaughan and just turned him into one of the best players in the league.
Not just that. Think about what he did with Burks. Burks came in and fitted seamlessly in there.
Yeah.
I'm talking about he replaced Kobe, and we didn't even miss Kobe. I mean, anybody ever said, "Oh shit, wow, that sucks"? Because Burke came in and right away.
Yeah, excelled.
Did you watch it, Burkstow at 49ers when Greenlaw went down? I think it was.
Yeah.
Well, he stepped in. I saw it the year before he got here. And went, yeah, he's going to be good because I watched when he stepped in. I think it was Greenlaw, or maybe it was Warner. I can't remember. But
it was Greenlaw when he tore his Achilles.
Yep. He stepped in, and I rated him straight away because I think we might have even been playing him that game, and I was impressed then. And when we got him, I thought, great. I wish he was still on the team, frankly.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite honestly. I didn't understand why we didn't re-sign him because he didn't get a lot of money from the new team. He was who he signed with? Green Bay? No. Where did he go?
Who?
I can't remember. I didn't follow it. I just got upset when he left.
Burks?
Burks.
Actually, not sure.
But very minimalistic deal. Wasn't a lot.
Yeah.
That's why I was.
Was
shocked.
it the Chargers?
I think no. Wasn't the Chargers? But he got. We're talking about. It was not a lot of money they gave him. So I was very, very shocked.
Was like 1.5?
Yeah.
He's getting no love. But what do you do?
Now I have a big question.
Bengals,
right? Bengals. There it is. I have a big question for y'all. My question is, earlier when you talked with I forgot his name, Expert Justin, he made it seem like we have a huge gap to fill since Becton left. And I don't think we do because we got Steen there, and then we got the kid from Houston there, which in my opinion is going to cover that. And then we got Keegan also there. And it's
and Matt Pryor.
Yes, and I'm like, do we really need to draft a guard early on?
If you like the idea of somebody who comes in as a guard tackle, the versatility guy that think we're also talking lane.
Yeah, but here is my caveat to that. I think just because we didn't hear much about him, I think Jeff Stoutland got his finger and pulse on that Aussie kid that he drafted last year in the seventh. Was it seventh? What it was the exchange program.
Yep.
He's UDFA, and I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets cut. He's not doing that.
He was what?
No, Lakalehi or something like that. It is.
Yeah.
I was just looking into him, and look, of course, I follow all the Aussies. I watched his preseason, and matter of fact, I guess we should backtrack a little bit. I flew out to stay in Philadelphia for about 6 months. The year that Jason Peters was sort of looking at retiring, I went and saw all of Jordan Mailata's games just because I thought this is the chance to see him. So I went and saw all the preseason games and before he became great. If you watch Jordan Mailata's reactions with the way Lakalihiti, can't even pronounce his name probably, the way he's blocking, the way he's treating him, he's got a long way to go because Jordan come from an actual professional sports background, even if he didn't make the pros. This kid, he got off the street, really doesn't have the sports background.
So he didn't play rugby like that? I don't know.
No, he was just, he's just got the size and the build, and they just took a swinger on him. And I'll be honest with you, I can't believe they did. There's a lot of more deserving people, but because of this international exemption thing, they can just put someone on the roster.
Yeah.
But I got a guy that I think they should put on the roster, and mainly because his name's easy to say. Just hang on a sec, I'll come back to that. But he's trying out for defensive tackle when he come through the same system that Mailata did, and he's like 6'6" and about 320, and he's a lunatic Polynesian guy called Tassi. Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard of him. He'd probably go undrafted free agent as well, but I think we should just swap out the project and put in the new one. So that's because I'm just a brutal Eagles fan.
I just think Jeff Stoutland got a plan for this guy. I think.
Yeah.
I
But
think,
if so, I'm saying like if Donovan Jackson is laying around in the second round or he's there, and I think he would be a perfect piece to this puzzle. Like I mean,
Donovan Jackson.
I'm all for some development, but if they don't feel like Steen is that guy, or like they feel like a guy that because it's very underrated. Cam Jurgens talks about playing right guard next to Jason Kelsey, and learning the language and the how you become. What are the calls like? It was the best thing for Cam Jurgens to be next to Jason Kelsey, learning on the fly.
So you think Steen originally is a tackle, is he not?
Yeah, he played outside, but they
Didn't he play both in college?
Yeah. But my thing was
mainly left tackle at Alabama. It was,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and he just had a little bit of right tackle at Alabama, but he was mainly just left tackle the whole time.
So Donovan Jackson, guard, Simmons goes down. He ends up playing outside. But I feel like if he plays guard and he's next to Lane Johnson, and you think that he could play on the outside later on, like how great would that be for him to play right next to Lane Johnson for the next 2 years and then kick him outside if that's the development route you want to go to. And if you listen to his interviews, you'll leave like, all right, I'm blown away.
I mean,
So
you would.
can I just correct myself here for a second? So it's Lake in Vakahalahi.
Yeah, Vakahalahi.
I have to have his name written down in front of me to say it. But there's another young guy coming through right now. He's called Lucky Tassi. Lakitasi. I want him straight away because it's easier to spell, easier to say. But if you get a photo of this guy, there's a photo of him with his brothers and Jordan Mailata. His legs look like tree trunks. He is a beast, man. And I think this is my little quiet dark horse selection for our undrafted free agents. We're going to bring that guy in and get rid of the other guy because he's a freak.
Bob is a menace. Bob is just like swap them out.
Yep, just sorry, bro. But look, I watched Vakalihi try and block, and he gave up the inside straight away twice. And I was in a preseason game, and Mailata's like yelling at him on the in between the plays, like that's literally what you were trained not to do. You can't give up the inside rush, and you did it twice. Like it was just I don't know. If he's improved that much from one year to the next, and he's never played the game, cool. But I just didn't see it happening. Sorry, that's me being real.
I mean, Mailata wasn't like
The first
an
year?
all pro when
No.
he wasn't good at all when he started. I've gone back and looked at tweets because I had Mailata. He liked the tweets that I was talking shit about him, and I was like, Mailata gave up another sack. Sick. This guy sucks. And it was like liked by Jordan Mailata. I was like, ooh. Looking back on that now, I'm sorry, buddy, but we praise Stoutland so much for his ability to develop nobodies into somebodies, and that's why I'm also willing to give this guy Bakalahi a chance. Because if Stoutland sees something in him, there's got to be something that we don't see.
You know, he was in my 7th round mock.
This is the time I say Chance Warmack and then drop the mic.
You got one season in, Bob. One season. One season where he didn't even get a chance because we had Frank Johnson there. We had Steen. We had all these amazing backups that were able to fill in. He was not getting rushed to progress like Jordan Mailata did.
I just want to add this, and this is the really important part of that, and it comes to with the punters as well. Australian punters coming out there. Some of our Australian punters, they make it to the professional level, and they're like Sav Rocker. I put something up the other day. Sav Rocker kicked a football the length of the bloody field once, like in a game. He was an amazing athlete before he got to punting for the Eagles. Jordan Mailata didn't make it to the pros in rugby league. Gale, rugby league. He never played rugby. He never played professional rugby league. He never made it to the pros, but he was indoctrinated into an actual rugby system or football system, the training, the whole system of being in a professional sport. Lakalehi, let me read it again properly. Bakalahi,
just say Lake and V.
Yeah, just call him. Yeah, just call him. Well, he's never actually played professional sports, and that's a thing. Like, he's not just learning how to play NFL. He's learning how to be an athlete. And I think the learning curve's too big. Sorry. Well, I always support all my Aussies, but I'm also Eagles fan first, and next. Sorry.
Hey, someone who I support all my Eagle fans. I just support this guy, Eric in the building, tailgate legend. How you feel? How you feeling today, man? I know you got a
Is
lot
that my
to
brother?
say.
Is that my brother?
Is that your brother?
Probably. I'm the cheesesteak cutter upper, hander outer.
Oh, no. It's my other brother from another mother.
For sure.
Real American hero.
Yeah, I'm excited about today. How you can never predict what Howie's going to do on draft day. My thought process is I think there's not someone that we will be interested in at 32. So I believe we're going to trade down for, the most popular pick. Everyone says the Saints are going to come up from 40 to get, Jackson Dart at 32. I obviously think that is also an option. So I'm expecting to enjoy the draft with no Eagles stress because I think most of our work will be done tomorrow and Saturday.
Oh, so you're talking about trading out?
Yeah, I think we're going to trade down to the 37 to 40 range. I think Howie's going to try to move up to the early 20s. I think the asking price might be too much. So when it comes time for us to 32, I think he will trade down and then just stockpile day 2 and day 3 picks. I believe sometime on Friday or Saturday, there will be at least 2 different trades, one to get rid of Goddard and one to acquire established veteran talent. Obviously, we all have our eyes on Trey Hendrickson from Cincinnati. That could be a possibility, but I absolutely think we are trading down from 32 to gain some more mid-level picks.
Yeah, if he pulled off a Hendrickson move, that would be talk about. I mean, when we got AJ Brown in that draft, I was like, God damn. If he pulled off,
but don't you think? Can we even afford? Because Hendrickson wants a new contract, and knowing we have to sign Jalen Carter, I don't think we can afford Hendrickson. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Well, I do believe it predicated on getting Trey Henderson is trading out of the first round because then you will not have a first round cap slot on your books, right? We all know that 5th-year option for the first round is big. We have Jordan Davis 5th year option coming up, which I think we are going to decline that like we did Dotson's yesterday. So he does want a new contract. I think he's sitting around 17 to 18 million now. I think you can bump him up to 24 to make him happy, but you know how Howie plays the books and plays the numbers and can fit that in. I think that's one of the reasons why he didn't sign any major free agents, because he is going after veteran talent now, able to manipulate the contract and not have to worry about quote unquote first round draft picks and the already allocated spot for them.
See, the reason why I didn't go to Green Bay was I thought we were going to trade out. I was like,
okay,
I can't sit around on the first day.
Yeah, that's why I'm not going to the league
and fly out there. But shout out to my guy. Shout out to our guy Mel. He had the little VIP draft thing today. So they have a little dinner out there.
Yeah, I went with him 2 years ago. It's pretty nice.
Is it?
Yeah, it's listen, it's good food, good vibes down there. That's why when I try to get a ticket and the VIP we're going, I was like, I'm not going to the peasants and hanging out with the peasants. Like, I'm not doing it.
Okay.
I'm not doing
not
it.
the peasants. No, I agree with you.
Because I feel like the people in the VIP section, they do have a little bit of more knowledge. Although they pissed me off when we drafted Jalen Carter, they flipped out because they wanted Robinson, Bijan. They lost their shit when we didn't get Bijan Robinson. I was like, it's not going to happen. Get it out of your system. And everybody was so upset. And I was like, we're going to draft Jalen Carter right here. They did not know what the hell I was talking about. And I was like, see, Gail, that's why I can't be around people like that. I was like, how am I a woman over here and I'm talking to guys and they have no fucking clue?
Because you bleed green, baby. You bleed green. That's what. You bleed green.
I feel like I bring.
You're gonna have a nice. I feel like
I feel like I bring bad luck to the area when I go to the draft parties. 3 out of the last 5 that I've been to, it's thunderstorm during the draft. So I'm keeping my ass home today, especially having to wait. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Like, absolutely. Like, you're not going to have me sitting around for 3 hours.
Exactly.
I'm bringing rain, and then we don't pick it all.
Yep. Same thought
just
process.
Trade out.
Just to trade out.
I don't know. I woke up this morning. I'm not even lying. We're like 2 hours of sleep. I was like, we're trading up. I felt like the trade up. I was like, they're going to trade up.
Listen,
the 20 picks. The 20 picks is that we have 20 picks. We all those comp picks are third rounders next year.
Yeah.
Well, look, but also just do the math. Do the math in your mind though as well. Though, even if we collected and used all of our picks, it doesn't make sense if we're going for 3-4 Super Bowls in a row. We don't need draft picks. We need just 4 or 5 guys right now that can step in and make a difference, and the rest we can get off the street. We can get through various other ways. The draft means nothing. And you know what? The thing that really messed with me this week though was that Cam Jurgens contract. And I keep saying to myself, the best thing that Howie Kaiser Soze ever did was make the cap disappear.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist, and I've given up even looking at cap numbers these days because
that's why I thought the Trey Hendrickson trade was possible, because you know he the way they layer everything between base salary and workout performance bonus and sign-in bonus and show up on the 3rd day of August bonus, you know, and then they tack on all the extra years at the back end where it's not really contractually obligated to play, but we're still paying them. I'm not really too worried about the Hendrickson, and exactly what you said, 20 picks. We don't have 20 roster spots in the next 2 years for all those players. This is why I think we're going to package some of them for veteran players now that will extend the window. That is the thing with Hendrickson. I was a little nervous. Like I said, I think they're trading out. I did have a small inclination that they would try to move up to make sure they got Walter Nolan, but all the reports the last 2 or 3 days saying that he is, you know, exploding up the charts. Maybe the move up for Walter Nolan will be way too high, that you might have to go from 32 to 15 instead of maybe 32 to 23, 24, where you maybe initially thought, to now you might have to go up to the mid-teens.
Yeah, that's too high of a cost.
Yeah. And I
All
love
that
Walter
smoke.
Nolan. I hope he falls to 32 or somewhere in that range. I think he's a perfect Milton Williams replacement.
Can y'all
Oh, yeah.
imagine
It's a
Micah
perfect fit, man.
Parsons? Can y'all imagine Micah Parsons spiraling if we do get Walter Nolan?
I
Can y'all
can't
just
wait.
picture? Can y'all
I
just
cannot
picture him?
wait.
Oh,
And now he has Slay with them tonight too. The trash talk that's going to be on the Bleacher Report stream is going to be amazing.
Yes.
And you hit it right on the head. If we move up and get somebody that he likes for the 4th year in a row, he might be our good luck charm. I want him to do the draft day presentation every year now, because whenever he's there, we kill the draft.
You're gonna see him
Tell you what.
start flipping out when it's like Eagles have traded up. He's gonna be like, wait, what are they doing? What are they
Yeah.
doing? No, who are they about to
We-
take? Are they about to take?
Or imagine
No.
He always get
Imagine
hit
if
back.
Jerry goes really crazy and senile and decides to trade us Micah while he's live on the draft because Micah tells him that he's not re-signing with Dallas. That will destroy the internet.
Oh my God! Could you imagine?
Yes, I can. I've imagined it plenty of times.
I got this thing right. Well, we've got to figure out who Jerry's employed for his psychological and counseling, whatever institute it is in Dallas, and we've got to buy shares in that. All right, that's what we need to do because it's going to go through the roof if it hasn't already. Like Michael Parsons got to be on suicide watch, I swear.
You can't tell me. I would be willing to bet the house, and I'm going to stand on this rock until it's not feasible. But how he's going to find a way to get Micah on this team at the end of next year. I believe every bone in my body that Micah doesn't want to resign there, that he wants to come home, that he wants to come to the Eagles, and he's just not going to sign a contract extension there.
I love
He's happy. He's happy being rich, dude.
At the Devontae Smith softball game, him getting booed by Penn Staters, like it really hit his core. He was just like, "Y'all gonna do me like this?" But I'm like, bro, you're a Cowboy. Like, don't I know you went to Penn State, but it's a wrap.
I mean, all his boys are here, right? Saquon's here, Dotson's here. There's a chance that we might get Kobe King or Jalen Reed in the draft, which is another Penn State guy here. There'll be enough reason for him to come home. He wants to come home.
Yeah. I mean, I
made it. Hey, Saquon made it here. Anything could happen, baby.
Shout out to Chris.
Can we just have a little round of applause for Saquon Barkley, please, everybody?
Everybody give it up for Saquon.
Shout out to Chris Wild in the building. He says, "Give me Pierce Jr. 6'5", 245, instant Josh Sweat replacement." I know we talked about Walter Nolan replacing Milton. What do you think, you guys? What do you think about Pierce Jr. replacing?
Can I go first on this one? This might be a contrary opinion. I do not want Josh Pierce. I don't want Pierce. I've watched the tape on him. I've watched plenty of Tennessee games. He disappears during games. He feels like he plays like the game is owing him something. And I don't know if he's a Fangio guy or a Clint Hurdle guy. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I hated the interviews. Anyone that after I watched any interview, I was sending notes back to Tim or a couple guys. I'm like, these interviews are not going well with me. Like they don't sit well with me. I mean, I like the upside, and I'm thinking like if they can get him and come in and be disruptive, but then I think about the unity of the locker room.
Yeah, but right. I like the guy. I like the kid from Boston. Like I'd rather get him in or get Femi in before I get the cancer in.
You just want a guy that's going to buy in.
Yeah.
Like we said before, remember, you don't know because of their age.
Yeah.
You're right. Like Nolan, Walter Nolan's in the same boat. They're all just kids. And you got to stop thinking of them as adults. They're not.
Yeah, they're some of these kids, some of these dudes, they're pros already, and you're like,
yeah, well, some, but
some of them have that growth already to where like Like
I
Gail
just think
said,
that
like in the interview with Ferguson, he's like, I love this guy. The way he talks, he comes off as a professional. Nolan Smith comes off as a little childish, but it's like a friendly childish where like he's still like willing to learn. Not like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm out here just having fun. He's like, I want to learn. Like, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to learn. And then you have guys like you just said, like the interview, and you're like, oh.
they've got things. You know this yourselves. They've got people that train them for the combine just to run in a straight line. They've got people that train them to talk as well and how to present yourself. And you've heard it. The canned answers. Oh yeah, just got to put the team in the best position to win. Blah blah blah. That shit, right? Get into the core of it. This is where I think our Dom character, this is the thing that we've got in our side. Like we've got Vic Fangio, you got Stoutland, you got Dom. Now you can go and look at these guys and say, are you a kid? Are you going to work? What's going on with your family? Are they okay? Like, that's the shit that you need to know before you drop that fucking draft pick on them and turn them into multimillionaires and then wonder if their brain's going to explode or they're going to go and fucking buy their family houses. You know what I mean? Like, look after everybody.
Like, at the end of the day, like, Big Dom is there to make sure that this investment that the Eagles are making in these players is worth their time and money. It's funny. I was like, when I was in Mobile, I was about to interview lineman that got drafted by the Cowboys tackle.
Guy from Oklahoma.
Yeah. And about to interview him, like, hey Tyler, and then Big Dom's like, excuse me, I'm gonna have to take him. I was like, Big Dom, I was about to do my interview. He's like, Big Dom runs shit, dude.
Yeah, he does.
I love it.
But going back, so also with Pierce, why I don't want him. I look at Pierce's positive parts of his game and things of that nature, and he is very quick off the ball. But I feel like his body type, we already have those players on the roster, right? We're light on the edge guys. If you're looking at Hunt, if you're looking at Nolan Smith, if you're looking at Josh Uche that we signed, Ozawari, we have a lot of these lighter guys. I like the guy from Boston College.
Yep.
He is a little bit bigger, a little bit more sturdy of the frame. He don't have the get off juice as much as Pierce does, but I think he'll be a little bit better rotational, setting the edge for the run plays for when we get to the passing downs, and we can kind of let Uche and Oriziari and Nolan Smith and Jalen Hunt like take on that role. I just like I think it was Ezeraku. That's how you say it from Boston College.
Ezeraku. Like I think his pass rush moves are crazy. He has a lot in his arsenal. I guess the only thing is just like, when you talk to like the veteran linemen, they say like they like players who play with, like, I'm not gonna say finesse, but like if they don't have the power,
yeah,
that they can set up where you have to go through them. Like if you can't go through them, then they're going to make you use the power. So I feel like he has to get that NFL body. It could take a year, because I feel like Nolan Smith went through that. Like after a year of getting that body right, he was coming off that injury as well. But I feel like after a year, he got into that that mindset and the strength was there. I think Ezeraku, I think he's willing to learn. Like a lot of the moves he was using, like he was using everything in his book. So he didn't. Run, I think 40 though.
I think he'll definitely benefit from NFL training, and NFL training facilities. I think he does. Like I said, we seen it in the Super Bowl. It was in pure display. We weren't killing the Chiefs with amazing pass rush moves. It was just the transition from speed to power on impact, and just the desire to get home. And I feel like he possesses those same qualities more than what Pierce does.
Are you driving 80 miles an hour? That's my question for you, Eric. Are you driving 80 miles an hour right now? Those trees are zipping by. What the fuck's going on?
I don't want to incriminate myself, sir. So I am a law-abiding citizen, and I am driving the speed limit, sir.
The fifth. Eric, don't speak anymore to this guy. We're good.
Gail, what is your thoughts about I don't want to butcher his name, so I just say his first name, but you think Presley gonna be there?
Princely Human.
Human Million.
Yeah.
I fucking can't say his name.
I think I'm for him. I was like, if he's a move back prospect in the second, I don't know if he'll be there at the bottom of the second, but like for him, he's got a little nasty spin move. I don't think he's a guy that would be you think if you're talking at the bottom of the first, like I don't think he does enough for me to draft him in the bottom of the first if I don't feel like he's could hold up in the run game right
So
away.
where we have Femi, we had Femi in the end of the second, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had him at the end of. I have originally when I first seen him down at the Senior Bowl. That's in our first mock draft. We had Femi in there. Like that's, and then like a couple weeks later, hear the Eagles are looking at him, and then as of recently, Tony Pauline had him that quote about him saying that him in the bottom of the first. I was like, come on. This is what Tony Pauline said. He said in conversations late last week, I was informed that Oladejo will end up being selected anywhere from pick 30 to 45. Besides the Niners, who hold pick 43, I'm told the Philadelphia Eagles with the last pick in round one, as well as Tennessee Titans and New England Patriots at the top of round 2 are possibilities to pull the trigger on Oladejo. And that I'm like Tony Pauline is locked in. He got the Cam Jurgens pick. If you don't remember, Tony Pauline used to do Eagles media. He did a lot of their draft stuff for years. So he's always locked in. So I feel like when he says something, I always have to, like one of my days at NBC Sports, he was a guy that I always took a lot of his quotes and just a lot of his stuff was always right. So I think, but that's too rich for me. Like he's got 9 starts at the edge. But I think you like that he flashed the Senior Bowl against top talent. He's a good kid. I think it's a great player to develop, and that's why I'm like, that's the kind of guy I would develop. Like if he's showing that now and has no idea what he's doing, like he doesn't have the arsenal of moves of some of these other guys. But I think if he can get
But
there,
I mean, we saw it with Hunt, right? Because Hunt didn't have a lot of experience either. And look what they turned him into.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of Jalen Hunt.
Me too.
Like, I was huge on Nolan Smith. I got so excited, and I watched his. Well, look, this probably comes back to something again with Gannon and Vic Fangio, and I don't know about you guys. I'm going to put this question to you as well, but there's some people that are suited to one side of the field or the other. And I remember the most vocal person about that was Darby during Swartz era. He just said it's like trying to do stuff with your left hand when you're right-handed. All of Nolan Smith's tape at bloody Georgia was great off the right side, and now Josh Sweat's left. I think the natural progression for me in my mind was, okay, put Nolan over there. But what Fangio did is he made him train on the offside the whole time. And then by the time we got to the playoffs, he was okay on that side. You know what I mean? I don't know what goes through some coaches' heads, but some players' heads. I'm thinking Keely Ringo's another one. He's so used to playing in Quinion Mitchell's side, and that's what all he did. If you watch all his tape at Georgia, they just get used to one side. Well, shouldn't you move the superstar around instead of the guy, who's struggling on the offside? That's a question. What do you think about
move Quinion over and let Ringo play his true position?
He's such a stud. Why not? Like I've seen him move. Well, I watched a few games where he actually did. He was covering a guy man to man and just crossed over, and it was just nothing to him. But Ringo might struggle on that side where Slay was.
I said it before and I say it again. I think he's flat-footed and I think he's going to get burned because he doesn't have the speed on the outside.
It's funny. He got this. He ran like a 4.3. He was a 4.3 guy, wasn't he?
Was he?
So I think Ringo is fast straight line speed. I think Ringo coming out of college, he's tight in the hips. Yep. So he has problems turning, which leads him to be more physical and grab, which he was allowed to get away with in college.
Yep, he's not shifty in the hip and he becomes flat-footed.
Yeah. Plenty of long corners have succeeded. But when you ask him to do everything, he's out of position. It's another thing again. And look, I think he's trying so hard. You see him on special teams. A couple of the fuck ups that he had were ridiculous. But he's still trying so hard. But between him and Sidney Brown gunning, right? He's got the mongrel. He's got the will to do it, but he's just still growing, I guess. You know what I mean? Like,
I think
if
people overlook.
if I had a choice, I'd just say is I'd put Keely Ringo where Quignon is and move Quignon over to Slay's side because Quignon's a stud. He can do anything, and that people might call me
But
crazy.
are we undervaluing the Adoree Jackson signing though?
Yeah, I think we are. I think
Like, are we so
personally,
sure
I
that
think-
Keely's going to start?
Yeah, I think
Well-
Jackson's going to be the starter over Ringo. I just.
Yeah.
But I think people also forget we got Eli Ricks. Eli Ricks has a great span and he is fast. Obviously he's still on the team for a reason, and they cut other people over him.
Right.
If you watched him though, he's light. He can't handle big receivers. He's still skinny mini man. No offense.
Well, so was Isaiah Rogers was light as well.
Isaiah Rogers compared to Eli Ricks is half of the size.
I can't believe we let Isaiah Rogers go. That's
Me
another.
Yeah, I was, and he only got $8 million from Minnesota. That was a little wild to me.
Yeah, that was so for me. The Burks and the Rogers not re-signing was.
Yeah, my thing with Rogers was
brain
that
fart.
this is his first time getting paid, so he had to take as much money guaranteed. Because this is his first time ever getting paid, so I feel like he had to do what he had to do, and I think Howie was like, can we take a little?
He deserved more too. By the way, I reckon people criticize some of the stuff that he did, but he come in cold a lot of times. Each time Slay got knocked up, and to me, from my personal opinion, he was lights out. You can criticize him all you want, but I thought he was a natural replacement for Slay if Slay left. And I highly rated Isaiah. I was such a fan of him. So, anyways, please continue, Go.
Adoree Jackson signed his 1 year $1.75 million, and that he got 500 signing bonus and $1 million guaranteed. So, like, how he's looking at that. And again, he's younger, and I get it, But
I mean, I think Adoree is definitely looking for his Patrick Peterson deal where he did the 1 year with Minnesota and turned that into a better contract with Pittsburgh before he finally retired. I think that's what I think with Adoree Jackson, and just the secondary as a whole. I really finally love the entire coaching staff. So when you have somebody as respected as Christian Parker, as a GM, you probably feel like you can kind of put together any type of secondary group, and they're going to get coached up properly, and they're all going to be serviceable out on the field because 2 of the 3 spots are locked in for years to come. We know Coop is in the slot and Quignon's on the side. So every year you continue to replace the other side with adequate to upper adequate young talent and just let Parker mold them like he did in Denver when they were just churning out defensive backs as well.
Sidney Brown season?
I'm not very high on Sidney Brown. I love Sidney Brown, but I just think there's something inside his brain that he can't turn off that stops him from only being a heat-seeking missile and not actually play the position the way Fangio needs it to be played. That's just my opinion.
It's like he reminds me of Bob out of control.
Bob Sanders from Indianapolis.
And that's the thing is like you got to know. Like my thing with Reed is I've always been like I call him the protractor because his angles, the way that he gets there, it's like it's the IQ that's like all matching up. I feel like he has to get there. I don't think the ACL helped.
Yeah, I think that was a big injury for him.
What about Lewis Sign though from the Bulldogs? I think everyone's sleeping on him. He had a leg injury as well.
I think he's too slow. I don't think he has I don't think he has the range. I don't think he has the deep post range of the safeties that Fangio likes to use. I watched him at Georgia with I'm sorry.
I don't think we've seen it yet since he's healthy. That's all.
I mean, he was a first round pick in Minnesota, hoping that he would take over for Harrison, and he just never get on the field to do it. I don't think he. I think he was a benefit of playing on a better defense in college, to where now when he has to do it on his own, it's just not clicking. I would love for him to take over, right? The younger and more athletic, the better. I just don't think he has. I think he's a core special teamer, maybe a nice third to fourth safety to have on the roster, but I don't see him taking over.
He had a compound fracture his rookie year at the end of the season, and I think he had a stint at Buffalo. I just don't think he was. I don't think you have those kind of injuries, it can slow you down. But shout out to Carissa that's in the chat. She says, I almost feel like Ringo might be part of a trade deal during draft.
No, I don't see
Maybe.
that.
I expected Eli Ricks actually to go last year.
I think Eli Ricks is going to be more of a piece to be traded, because Ringo is such a good special teamer.
Yeah,
I mean, the way the football is played now, I honestly don't think Keeley or Ricks will be traded, because some teams look at those players a dime a dozen. Like there's 7 Eli Ricks that come out in the draft every year. Why trade for one? You could just draft one, because the way college football is played, every team has 4 to 5 defensive backs every possession, with the nickel and dime coverages that they use to go against the spread. I don't see any value for another team to say, I'll give up something for Eli Ricks, or I'll give up something for Keeley Ringo.
I mean, Eli Ricks has been in that practice squad, and he's been all right.
Can I take this second though, just to be a little bit of a proud Eagles fan and say how amazing it is when you've got someone like Stoutland, how tough he makes the D line. You know what I mean? And then you've got the defensive backs, even the rookies, they're going up against AJ Brown and Smitty and Hurts and Goddard. How, the old adage, steel sharpens steel, right? I'm so bloody proud right now of our team. So, I don't really care who we draft. I think we're going to be good. It's probably one of the most
I feel the same way. I'm relaxed because I think no matter what we're doing, it's almost like a luxury pick.
Yeah. I believe that. And I think the culture that they built in the locker room, and I think it was so important to see for the younger guys in this locker room actually see what it takes to either lose or win a Super Bowl. Like some of the guys that were on the team that lost the Super Bowl and the guys that were on the team that won the Super Bowl, what it takes. I think even as Eagle fans, we now know which is weird. We now know what it takes and what it looks like an Eagle Super Bowl team. Like obviously at the beginning of the year, I know you all were probably of the same ilk. Like this team's winning the Super Bowl because we on paper, like we ain't never seen a more stacked roster. It was more about them loving to play with each other and learning how to play with each other. And I think so. I feel like now that they know what it takes, it's great to have these young guys that have Super Bowls.
Like, to follow up on your point, Gail, just think about it. Think of all the players that have been with this team for the last 3 years and the emotional roller coaster they've been in and the scars that they've built up, along with the joy of seeing your hard work pay off. Like you come in 23 and you get to the Super Bowl and you lose a heartbreaker. You then come into 24 and you start off like gangbusters, but you have an epic collapse, right? So now now that's a whole different scar that you've done built up. Then you start off the year slow last year, but then you find your role and everybody buys in and you are the most dominant team in football, winning 17 of your last 18 games. There's nothing that someone new coming in cannot learn from the players that are already here.
Yeah.
And luckily, they're young enough to where they will still vibe, right? We know Brandon Graham and Kelsey are still around the program. We know that Fletcher Cox is still around the program. But as a young guy, you coming in and you're going to link up with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, who you might have, played against in high school all-star games and things of that nature. And now they're going to tell you what it's like to get to the bowl and lose, what it's like to have a collapse of a season when maybe people put some of their personal goals in front of the team goals, and then they're going to tell you what it's like when everybody buys in. it's an unbelievable state that our franchise is in right now.
I mean, it's. I feel like I'm more relaxed. I think I'm a changed person.
Same. Nothing
Because we
bothers
got
me.
coaches.
Look,
We
nothing
finally
bothers
got
me. Not
coaches.
even the fucked up Phillies right now bother me.
Yo, the six. Yo, I watched one
Yeah.
60. I watched one Sixers game this year.
Same.
I didn't watch
Yeah.
no Sixers games for me.
Bro, I've never.
Because we have a competent coaching staff finally. Like you just know, hey, put him with Stout. Stout's gonna get him right. Put him with Vic. Vic's gonna get him right.
How do y'all feel about the new OC though?
I didn't
I'm
like
fine
it,
with
but
it.
I'm willing to be wrong. I didn't like it, but I'm willing to be wrong because they earned that trust for at least a little bit. I wanted somebody outside the building. I wanted somebody that's going to have completely different ideas than Nick Sirianni because it has been shown that Nick really can't coach an offense. He's a great team. He's a great general for the team, but his offensive acumen, I don't think is very good. But what can I say? The dude's been to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. I can't really complain too much.
Hey, can I just get a quick mic check? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Am I not too loud?
No.
Okay, Eric, you're too loud. Just talk normally into your your speaker that you've got in your car, mate. Just talk normal, man. You're blowing my eardrums out here.
My bad. I get excited. We're talking about the birds. I'm sorry. I apologize.
He sounds great.
Thank you. I love you. I appreciate you.
Anytime, brother.
Producer,
blow my eardrums out there.
Chris says we keep using the word replace. However, we need to elevate from the players we lost since we gave our game plan over to the league last year. So we need some twitch and gadgets along with the ability. I think everyone's trying to duplicate what we've done. I said even the fan bases, like the fan bases trying to travel like the Eagle fans are. I mean, I think what they've done in the last 2 years, bringing culture, and then on top of the people traveling, dude, it's been there's Eagle fans everywhere. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Also, please do not forget, get your passport or your new ID card because you are not allowed to travel with your driver's license inside the states no more.
If your ID doesn't have a shout out to Jordan Malata for that commercial.
Yep.
Today I was like, okay, Jordan. I was like, what's going on? So if your license does not have this on it, the star, I'm not gonna. Then you don't have that new ID.
Let me double check.
You guys are going through that.
Yep.
You know, when I got back from COVID, I was living in Philly for about 6 months. I met Jordan Malata at Sampan restaurant. It was the craziest thing you've ever seen. But when I got back to Australia, they shut down the borders between states. It was insane. Like you couldn't. All my family lives about an hour south of me, and I couldn't cross the border to go see them. Like that's how crazy COVID got. So now you got to have stars on your driver's license. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it is it's a new registry. Basically, if you don't have a passport, you need to have a certified driver's license that reads like a passport for the inside of the US and US territories. Which I don't think personally is a bad thing. Because I think a driver's license shouldn't be enough to get on an airplane. If you drive, that's a different story. You don't need it. But if you fly, different story.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Fly interstate or inside the country? You need to.
So if you fly from New York to Florida, you need that little star on your driver's license.
Wow,
now, if you
right.
drive, you don't need nothing. All the states are open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's got like a hologram in it.
Yeah.
And
I think it's weird. Why?
We've got all sorts of tracking technology in our passports that have been in for years before you guys, but also our driver's license have like chips in them, the same as key cards.
Yeah.
We're basically living in this pseudo socialist state, but where when they decide to shut down the borders, we got no guns to take it over. So they're doing. I'm serious.
We got that here.
Hold on a second, though. Listen to me. I'm serious about this because they're testing all the stuff over here that works, and they're applying it to places like what you
Yeah,
guys are
but
dealing with.
Germany is the same way. Germany has they have a regular card, which is kind of like a passport that you can use inside of Europe and Germany.
Mm.
And then the passport is for international, right? And then the driver's license, like you said, it has like a little chip or something, a magnetic thing inside that tracks when you go over the borders inside Europe. So I think the US just wants to be fancy now. But my point is, you need to
Hey,
get it in order to follow your birds.
but Cam Jurgens, he splurged and he got
TSA.
TSA.
Pre-check. I was crying when he said that. He said, "I think I can afford it now." My guy, it's $75. You could have been afforded it.
I think
Yeah,
it's
what-
I think it's 155 now, but it's still like, come on.
I
Did
met,
you guys,
met
did
his
you guys
parents.
catch? Oh,
in,
sorry, you go.
I met his parents at the Speed Prime, and we met his parents at the New England game. It was like the only older people with Jurgens jerseys on, and we went up. I was like, you guys have to be Mr. and Mrs. Jurgens. It's like, how'd you know? I'm like, but then his mom is the one that had the size. Like she looked like she could have like
Beefy.
Rest of the
basketball.
cows. Yeah,
I was like,
she did the branding.
I was like, your mom is the one that blocked. And his mom was like, I was like, can we take a photo with you? And she's like, no, I have to get my hair done. I'm like, come on, man. You gave
It
us
was raining. What the hell?
yeah. I was like, you gave us
It was pouring.
you birthed us a Pro Bowl center. Like you're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Hey, I gotta jump off. I appreciate you everyone having me on, man.
Hey man, I appreciate you, man. We'll have to get
You
you
drive
out.
safe, Eric. Drive safe.
Go
man.
Birds.
Slow down,
Go
on the
Birds.
road there, buddy.
That'll never happen.
Go Birds. My boy Trox sent me a photo. His son was watching Sports Center, and I don't know what
Find you a girl that looks at you the way Gail looks at Quinn. Yeah.
I don't know what this was. I don't know. I think it might have been a commercial for the autism challenge.
That was the autism challenge last year, right, Gail?
Yeah. Segue, if you want to walk with us at the
Yep.
Eagles Autism Challenge, we have a team. So use the code 4th and Jawn for free registration, so you don't have to pay the $50. Come
Can I shout out?
It was last year. We talked shit to everybody.
I got to shout out while I got the chance here. I'm not sure how many people can watch, but I've got my buddies. They're about 14 hours inland here in Australia at the moment. They got flooded out 6 weeks ago, but because the centre of Australia is so flat, the water's got nowhere to go. So their town has been cut off for 6 weeks. And so the last 2 weeks I spent raising as much fundraising as I can for them. We raised about $400,000 in beer and prawns and all sorts of nice luxury items and stuff, and got all that set up for them. But like, gosh, I can't even get my head around the idea of being flooded for 6 weeks. Could you imagine that?
Hell,
I don't know.
Need a boat.
Yeah, well, they had basically start boating stuff in or helicopter in, but the military had to help them and everything. But the water's still there 6 weeks later. Like, it's just go away. They can't even get on the highways and stuff. So, shout out to my buddy Jeff Pike and his family. I'm pretty sure he's not listening. He's busy shoveling out houses and stuff still. But that's the stuff I've been doing the last 2 weeks.
It's crazy.
And yeah, it is crazy. So anyone else going through trauma, and you got guys like Gail, you're raising funds for charities and stuff like that. Shout out to you too, mate. Good on you.
Yeah, we try, man. We try. It's a great community to be a part of. A lot of good people to meet out here. Shout out to my friend Shante and her son Levi. They're doing a lot of big things in the autism community here with the Eagles. But yeah, man, I'm really just trying to get my mind right. I'm about to leave here in 3 hours to the I gotta hit the pro shop first.
Of course you do.
Tell me something though. How you settling into retired life, or you're looking at new jobs? Or you just sticking to this? What are you doing with yourself?
Just hanging out, man. Just trying to figure out the next steps.
It's going good.
And just
Have you
trying to get back to normal life, and just it's been good, man. You know,
Have you set up a veggie garden yet?
do
Vegetable
not
garden.
do not have a garden, but I'm getting my mulch on.
Dude,
Cat,
you gotta have a veggie
like
garden.
Gail is a cat daddy now. He got priorities. Okay.
You know, I'm out here about to build a patio. You know, the important stuff.
Yeah.
You got your permits?
Homeowner stuff. You know.
Listen, just start. I'll just say it. This is the easy way to do it, right? Just get big buckets and start with your herbs. You want your rosemary in there, your thyme. Yeah, I mean, cilantro is a real prick to grow. Don't worry about it. But you get some chili bushes in there, some sage, some parsley. Just start with some buckets, and then all of a sudden, you're cooking a little bit.
I need to get a grill. I need to get a grill. Is the next thing.
Real.
Get dirt and potatoes.
I don't grill. Only time I grill is at a tailgate.
Yeah. Well, we're
Yeah.
not grilling either at the tailgate, okay, Gail? Let's not front. They frying
Yeah.
steaks on a hot plate, okay?
You don't need a grill, man. And honestly, everyone throws away their grill. They just get rusty. They're a pain in the ass to clean. Just throw the fucking things away. Just cook in the kitchen and then bring it out.
I want a fire pit. That's what I want.
Fire pit
Smoker.
works. Fire pit. Get a fire pit. Don't get the grill. Right? That's my advice to you.
We had this guy come over and give us like a quote, and I said, "Yeah, do what you do." I'm like, he came back with like,
Oh, God.
I was like, bro, I didn't need.
You can buy fire pits.
Yeah.
Unless you want like an in-ground one. Then you can just buy the papers.
It was an in-ground, Jones.
Listen,
John,
my
he was like,
neighbor,
Buy the
built
papers.
one. My neighbor built one. She has like this whole stone bench with like, I'm like, how much you pay for that? And when she told me how much, I'd be like, yeah, I'm going to Home Depot, $150 in my backyard. I'm gonna put it right in
Where
the middle.
doers get more done.
Hey, buddy, you're really loud, buddy.
Tell me about these. Tell me about the trophies in the back there.
Tell you about
Those-
them. They're Lombardis. This is what. So when you win the Super Bowl, this is what you get.
You just tuck one away in the corner.
I feel like
This is
you've been wearing that
This
outfit.
is the last one we got. This is the last one. I had Big Dom send it, and then this is the 2017.
You gonna send it back for the Super Bowl? I mean, the draft party.
No.
If you go to the draft party, you could take a photo with the trophies.
But only if you're in the VIP section, Gail.
Well, you also can go to the new store. I don't even get paid to promote the pro shops around here, but I feel like I work there already. But the new Plymouth
Been there
store
enough.
Yeah, I mean,
has,
it's his weekly mantra.
they're doing a uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What?
What happened?
Don't say
What?
things.
What? What?
You read that?
What?
No, wait, what happened?
I don't know where this. I don't know if the Philly Times.
Uh-huh.
I don't know where they got this from.
Oh,
Okay.
the Jalen Ramsey thing.
I was thinking if we're gonna get Jalen Ramsey in, but it makes no sense because Fangio has an
Yes.
issue with him.
Yeah.
But
And why would we get rid of Slay and sign someone more expensive? It just makes zero sense.
yeah,
Are you guys seeing this?
Yeah.
This is a one of a kind thing they set up here in Australia. It's a beer mat. I'm going to auction it off for you if you like, Gail. To your favorite autism call, what do you call it? Cause or whatever you want for charity.
What's a beer mat?
Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff that the Philadelphia Eagles set up for Australia and New Zealand when I think it wasn't last year. Yeah, not last season, the season before. They set up a bunch of these things, and then they had Malata come out and do the draft pick last year. You remember that?
What are you showing us, Gail? What is that? Us?
You guys are live right now.
Yeah, we're live. What? But you get that.
Just letting you know.
If you want to auction that off for your charity,
Yeah.
I'll send it to you, Gal, under one condition, that you give me my motherfucking 4th and Jawn hoodie. I've been asking for that thing for fucking years now, feels you
We-
know I won that thing fair and square. Where's my hoodie? Give me my hoodie.
Hootie. He's hootie.
actually you lost. We
Bullshit, man.
we,
You tried to pull that shit before. Fuck that.
we had they were above you
I remember that one.
because our comments our comments come in
You can't do me like that. Anyways, here you
as
go.
they
This
come.
is it. I had to steal this off the bar at the Eagles watch party. This is a one of a kind. You can't get it anywhere unless you steal them, and I stole one. So, typical Australian criminal. Here you
Darren,
go. I'll put it up for charity.
there you go. Darren says, so not the peasants, Helene.
Hey, listen. It's just I like when I watch the drift to talk with people that have some knowledge. And I feel like a lot of people go to these draft parties and they have no fucking clue because they don't watch A, college ball. Let's face the reality, they don't. And B, they don't do their homework and actually watch tape. And then when you throw out a name, I guarantee you, if I would throw out a name like Macumba, right? They'd be like, who? Or if you would say Ferguson, they'd be like, what? Who?
It's my favorite Lion King character, Makuba.
Makuba. Hey, Makuba got
Makuba Matata.
Someone was like, I was like, yo, he got the
Right,
African.
Helena, but spell Lake in Vakalahai.
It's
Go and get to spell
Lake
that.
Vakalai.
You nailed it.
That sounds like a Greek dish. Let me get that baklava.
Yeah, it does. It does. It
Molecular
does
Greek.
sound definitely out there.
I mean,
Baka
you-
Makuba.
You,
the fact
you gotta
that
spell it.
he has
You gotta
a-
spell it for extra points. I swear, it's like a spelling bee. I mean, you drive yourself nuts with some of these names these days.
I
On
mean,
that,
we got lucky with Malata. That's a pretty easy name for a
Mhm.
Samoan guy.
so what about this
Malata?
guy? This wide receiver. Can also just while you still got my head on TV. I love Jimmy Kamsky. Every year for the last decade, he's never failed to make me laugh or come up with some interesting insights. He's my favorite beat writer. But he mentioned this one wide receiver, Dante Thornton.
Yeah,
It's
from,
like 6'5", coming out of
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Mhm.
What do you think about him? Go.
I think it's like the problem with it's their damn offense. You know, like he's got the size and everything that you like. It's just that their route tree is always limited. That's why like a lot of like even like the scouts hate the Tennessee offense. You know what I mean? But I think if you're going off traits, he's a potential prospect you can get hopefully on day 3.
Well, he's like what Johnny Wilson-esque.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you
I
pointed
mean,
out.
because you're really because like all these targets that you're trying to bring in, I was not what I saw from Wilson is exactly what I saw at Senior Bowl last year. I was very. He had drops. He had I saw him on the sideline banging his head. And I'm not trying to beat him up in any aspect. It's just that's what, and everyone's like, oh, you potentially could play tight end. But like your guy Thornton, he's got 4.3 speed, career 21.9 yards per catch. You're trying to go off some traits. Can he get vertical? And then obviously people will talk about John Dotson not being picked up. But
Yeah,
again,
that was my next question. What do you think about not getting picked up for his 5th-year option?
I just think we don't have that money for that.
I think so too. You do realize, right? I don't know why the Patriots make these stupid suggestions about AJ Brown when there's plenty of wide receivers still in free agency. Like, why would you trade away a 4th? And let's say hypothetically Carter falls to them for whatever fucking reason, which I don't think is going to happen. But let's say, why would you trade a talent like Carter away? Like, if you could sign easily a Keenan Allen still, or you could get somebody like Amari Cooper in for wide receiver too, it makes no fucking sense to me.
I don't think you unless unless their head coach was like, I need this guy,
Yeah, but
you know. But
that's
I
a
don't,
big ask.
because you're also trading, and then you're also, my thing is, when you're trading for prospect, I mean, you're trading for a person and paying 25, 28 mil or 30 mil salary, and
Mm-hmm.
you're trading for someone. I'd rather, you know,
I think there's another dark horse I'll bring up now, just to change the subject. We're sitting there with 4/5, right? And
Yeah.
have you seen the value of some of the, I mean, starting players that are sitting there on their last year of the contracts right now? I just almost feel it's a guaranteed thing. We're going to grab a vet of some sort.
we're gonna trade for Tyreek Hill, buddy.
Well,
Oh
I've heard that.
yeah.
I've heard
Mm-hmm.
that saying, but you
Yeah.
know,
It's
gosh,
it's funny because
Tyreek Hill and Jalen Ramsey, because Vangio loves them so much.
well, the funny thing is,
Mm.
so I got hired by Brandon Graham's manager to do the photo shoot for Tyreek Hill. I was like,
did you wait up? What did you just name drop?
no, I mean this, but I'm trying to get to the situation of like I was thinking, I'm like, when I was I was like, why is Tyreek Hill in Philly? And I knew he was doing a camp of some sort, but I was just like, wouldn't that be funny if Tyreek was, if he ended up somehow becoming and then then I mean he had an off field issue as well, but and I was like, that's not happening.
First
The
of all,
cheetah for
Howie never brings anybody
Philly's not
in.
Miami.
No,
the
it's
cheetah
not
the
that.
cheetah
Howie never brings anybody in with domestic problems.
the cheetah for a fifth every day, man, all day, every day.
But like,
I'm good. I'm
no,
good.
because I'm like,
Oh, boy.
my thing
Dreaming.
is like, you bring players here, there's nothing to do here.
Mm-mm.
They can focus.
Mm.
You put a player in Miami. My
Yeah.
brother worked in the clubs in Miami at a mansion
What
for
clubs?
years. Mansion. I was like, there's so much going on that like I can see why players aren't focused.
So it's
What you mean Philly got nothing
it's
going
the
on? They
opposite.
always got Delilahs.
It's the opposite of locker room cancer. It's social life cancer, right? You
No,
understand
Philly
that?
doesn't have a South
Bob,
Beach.
have you ever been to Delilah? James Harden loved Delilah. What do
Yeah,
you mean there's nothing
yeah,
going on
yeah. I
in
went there.
Philly?
Well,
I
you
went
going to
there.
Atlantic
I
City?
went to Delilah's. Look, when I was in Philly, I went everywhere. Yeah, I actually went to the church where Zach Ertz and Carson Wentz went. I did a lot of exploring. Nelson Aguilar gave his life to Jesus in that church after he went to Delilah's.
Yeah, Delilah's.
But you
Delilah's
know,
is the
I mean,
spot.
Do you remember this? Connor Barwin and Fletcher Cox took uh, Nelson Aguilar and he stiffed the stripper. Remember, he didn't pay his bill, and then he ended up going to the church. I could name it for you, but I won't do it online here. But gave his life to Jesus and then won the fucking Super Bowl. So there's a lot to be said about making mistakes and then redemption in Philadelphia. And I sure had my fair.
there's Atlantic City. You could always go to Atlantic City.
Yeah, Atlantic is only like an hour away. It's not that bad.
But it's like
It's
LA.
not South Beach.
It's not New York. It's not LA. I mean, LA did win the Super Bowl with the Rams.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know what you're saying that there's nothing to do in Philadelphia either, though. I had an absolute ball there. There's so many nice restaurants.
Bro, I mean, you could like you see the players. They're not really going anywhere because they're. I mean, it's really nothing to do.
There's a
I'm telling
there's
you,
a
they're going to
major
the strip
difference
club.
between
I
Philly.
got the scoops. They always in the strip clubs,
I mean,
Jay.
yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about
I'm telling you,
outside
Gal,
of that. If you don't,
you just don't know the good places, Gal. You got to do a bit more exploring in Philadelphia. Because trust me, it only took me a couple of months to get the, and I was getting in the joints wearing slippers because I was just this crazy Australian. I swear to you, man, I had the best time of my life there, around South Street, and oh man, gosh, yeah, there's plenty to do in Philly. Trust me.
Yeah, but I can see where Gail is coming from. Miami is a party city. Like it is 24/7. It is, But what
Yeah,
was the Jalen Ramsey? What did the inquiry wrote now?
that wasn't the
That they
inquiry.
might trade for him.
It was just
Isn't he a free agent?
Doesn't fit.
I thought he got cut.
weren't they working out a trade?
I don't want
I
him.
mean, listen, let's keep it a book.
It says,
Would I be mad
yeah,
if Jalen Ramsey comes over here?
so we got Armand Salguero, so that's actually a real reporter. The following
Here's the
teams
thing.
have spoken with the Dolphins regarding cornerback Jalen Ramsey per Armando Salguera. The Eagles, Commanders, Lions, Falcons, and the Rams.
It just doesn't fit cap wise, though, right? We've spent so much money right now. I couldn't believe we did Jurgens, and we're arming and ahhing about Goddard, keeping him on the roster, and he's people argue whether he's a top 10 tight end or not, but if you saw him in the playoffs, mate, he's top 5 to me.
Who is?
And we're not going to give him the money. Got it? We're not
Yeah,
going
I
to give
think
Goddard the
I
money.
think 100%. You got to give
So if
Goddard the money over Ramsey.
Yeah,
Well,
but
here's the thing with there's another
who we
report
going to
here
pay?
that they said that this is from Armando Salguero.
Well, we know
He
the
says-
Philly inquiry sucks.
He says the issue is the 25.2 million Miami would have to swallow in dead cap if the trade happens before June 1st. So any team wanting to make this trade now might be asked to provide the Dolphins with some cap relief on that number.
Send Bryce Huff, and it's done.
Damn, cold blooded.
So,
I don't want Jalen
I
Ramsey.
I truly have a feeling that we're not going to go safety in the first round. I just don't see it, and I think Justin Simmons is going to get signed after the draft, so we don't have to waste a comp pick.
if we wanted Justin Simmons, we would have got him last year, and Vic Fangio just proved it to himself. He didn't need him. But this is the one thing that sticks with me, though. Vic Fangio, when he was in Saints, really, really, really wanted Milton Williams. Like it's been mentioned many times. He identified Milton Williams as the guy, and now he's gone. So, if that doesn't tell you what we're going to do in the draft, I don't know what else will. But
We're going. Right now, the consensus between beat reporters is Walter Nolan. I feel like everyone collectively has just gone there.
Yeah, but it could be this biggest smokescreen in the world, which sucks as well. Is there's been so much noise about him. Some other idiotic team with shitty scouts and shitty ideas are going to go, well, fuck the Eagles like him. We may as well get him ourselves and just jump on him, and we won't be able to get up that high. So then you're looking at someone like Derek Harmon, which is not a bad consolation prize.
I think they're going earlier.
Yeah.
You think too? All right.
I mean, you're not dealing with any off the field stuff with Derek Harmon. Well, he got paid good NIL money to go to Oregon too.
I could think people are simple though. Everyone said Jalen Carter had off-field issues, and all of them not taking him. Look what he did for us. So, fool me once, don't fool me twice, sort of thing. Walter Nolan's not going to be an issue. Oh, sorry, Nolan Walton. Gosh, I'm getting his name mixed up. There's too many Waltons, too many Jalens. I'm losing the plot here.
I'm a little. Now that Armando Salguero has spoken, now I have to like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's smoke screen season too. That could be Jalen Ramsey's agency.
What's your top cornerback in the draft? I know you want Imawari as your safety, and I respect that. But what's your top cornerback, Cal? Because there's not very many that jump off the board in the first round.
I really haven't been.
Trey Amos.
I mean, I've been locking on those guys, Trey Amos and Hairston, because their zone ability. I know Will Johnson. He might go in the teens. So Jahdae Barron from Texas. I think he could be an instant slot, but he's got some. People are wondering that if he's getting pegged too high to go up for a guy who potentially could be a slot player, be seen as a slot player. But I think he's a great piece for the locker room, to be honest.
Pause.
Pause.
Did I meet you, Helene?
Yeah, you did.
Well, there was a sound. There was a sound.
It's Helene, not Helena. Gosh, I've got to wear my
And here's
glasses.
the thing: if you want to say it in Spanish, it's Elena, and then in English, it's Helene. The
Helena.
only thing
Well, I
I
got.
don't appreciate if people call me Helen. Don't do that.
Helena. Or Tina.
Have you
Got you,
been to?
Helen.
Hey,
Have you been?
Gail, keep my government name out your mouth, Gail.
Have you been to Spain? Any
Yeah,
of you's been to Spain?
yeah, I've been.
I love Spain.
I wouldn't be mad at Amos piece, he says.
Amos is
Whatever
nice,
wouldn't.
but I think Amos is might going in the first round.
Amos, he has
think-
potential to go. I think Hairston,
Yeah,
people are more impressed with the speed,
Like-
quick and closability.
reality is a lot of teams need cornerbacks. That's why I'm saying Amos might go in the first round because there is a need for cornerbacks.
Get
I
me
think-
Kobe Bryant in the 4th.
Kobe Bryant.
I like that one.
In the
Cody.
4th.
Yeah, I like that
And
one.
then when we win our third Super Bowl, he's going to grab one of those trophies and sit in the shower with a jacket on.
You gotta. You
You
see
gotta.
the vision. You see it now.
Yeah, I'm right there.
It is foretold, the prophecy.
There's a couple Kobe's in this draft.
It is. Yeah.
There's a Kobe Turner. How about Shamar
Kobe
Stewart?
King. Kobe King isn't
Kobe
he the one?
Kobe Turner, wasn't that the
Yeah.
guy from Wake Forest years ago?
Yeah. So Kobe King and Kobe, your boy Kobe. But how about Shamar Stewart and Shamar Turner, both on the same defensive line, both named Shamar.
Yeah.
I like that.
Shamar. That is
Shamar.
like
Shamar.
The
Shamar.
guy with the grill though, like that's another polarizing guy for me because
I forgot to talk to Justin about him, but did you guys watch him yet? Shamar Stewart?
He's nice, but I don't think he's going to be in our reach.
I just
can I
think
just say
he's
this?
great.
The way to evaluate this guy is something that is more to evaluate Vic Fangio, not the player. What has Vic targeted in the last year or so? And this, for me, this is really re-inspires my interest in the whole game. Is when you get someone like Vic Fangio, he steps in and he turns like light edge rushers into superstars and guys like Bourne into superstars. What is his real values? And his real values are someone up the middle. So, but you know, Von Miller's the guy that sticks out to me when he was in Broncos. No one thought Von Miller would become anything, and he became one of the best edge rushers of all time. What is Vic valuing when he looks at people? Is it the Calais Campbell, Jadeveon Clowney sort of size in shade? What do you call him? What's his name again? Stewart. Got all the length, got all the height, got the arms. He's like your traditional 3-4 end. But Fangio just does different things, and I don't know if Shadar Stewart could actually fit into this the way he's doing things. That's all. What do you think?
I mean, think about it. That Jalix Hunt pick, everybody scratched a little bit their head last year, right? But we
me too.
said that is a Fangio pick. That is a Fangio pick. That was, I'm telling you right now, that was 100% a Fangio pick. That was not a Howie pick. That was Fangio, his finger all over it.
Who?
Jalix
Jalix
Hunt.
Jalen Hunt. I love
Remember?
that pick.
Yeah.
I personally, when I heard it,
I-
he's a safety who switched to linebacker playing edge. I was like, I love it because he has the eyes.
versatility, the eyes.
Yeah,
Yes.
he has the
But that's
eyes of
why
a
I'm
safety, so
saying-
he's hawking, and then the
Yep.
physicality of a linebacker playing edge and the speed.
But
I love
that's
it.
why I'm saying it's a Vangio pick, because Vangio
Yeah.
likes these jacks of all
Yeah.
trades type of player.
But then the other thing that you guys forgot is the arm length. He had
Yep.
one of the longest wingspans of any of the prospects, and like for passing lanes, like that is like
and
much-
intelligence. And
and
intelligence.
wide receiver background,
Mhm.
passing lanes, wingspan, and he's a smart dude. Like his interviews have been I like listening to him.
So where you think
talk.
he's gonna go? Around what?
Shamar Stewart.
Yeah.
It's polarizing, man. Like he's one of those prospects. It's like him. It's like him, Harold Fannin. Like it's like people are like all over the place on these guys. But
So you can't point where he's gonna go in the draft.
I think he's anywhere from they're sort of like he's anywhere from like 15 to the bottom of the second.
That's a big gap.
Because if you're like the traits, you like the traits, he's explosive because he doesn't finish. Like there's so many, like he missed like 26% miss rate of tackles. Like,
Oh, that's a
and you're
big
like,
one for Vanjo. That's a
so
big one.
how are you gonna be like, okay, can I teach you how to be like, because we all saw Derek Barnett and we're like, man, we need to get. He got a lot of pressures, but he never got to the quarterback. This guy gets a lot of pressures, but he misses the tackles. But then again, that Texas A&M defense, I don't know. Like these guys, also he came in at 290 the beginning of the season. Then he ran his 40 at 257, like in 257, and then Nick Scorton also was playing at 280. Now he's around like high 250s. So like, what is it with the Texas A&M? Did they want them to do certain things that they might not have to do at the next level is the question. So
I just think we're gonna get a good talent at 32 no matter what, if we decide to stay put. If we decide to stay put. But I also think if we trade out, we just gonna get as a good of a talent. Um, like I said, for me, the only thing I would do is if Nolan goes somewhere in the 24 range and he's still there, then you trade up. If you if he's gone, move on. Stick to your trade to your pick or trade out. I don't think anybody is, I mean, Starks is worth getting, but I don't think it's gonna happen just based of the Eagles don't go for safeties really. I mean,
How
yes,
he learns from his mistakes.
yes, I get the whole we did this cornerback, but that
I don't think you can even say that actually at this moment without being rude or insulting, because you turn around and paid Barkley. He flipped the whole script on the whole running back market entirely on his own, and
I
then
know.
and then he takes two cornerbacks and blows us all away last year. So this is the fun. Like get your popcorn. It's going to be good, but you know, at this stage, I've never had more trust in the
Yeah.
scouting department. But I go back probably 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and even post Super Bowl, just around the Super Bowl. And I think I don't know what's happened, and I didn't keep track of the names of the scouts. But we've had this some sort of monumental overhaul of whoever's doing the evaluating and scouting, and now we're hitting home runs. But back then, I swear Jeff Lurie was doing it himself. He had all these West Coast guys, they're drinking champagne in Hollywood or something, picking all guys for bloody. I guess what was his name? JJ.
I was
I
about
think
to
it
say
was.
you gonna bring up the umbrella boy in a second. I had an
But
idea.
Ortega Whiteside.
But I had this crack. I cracked this joke with Jimmy Kempsey. I sent him his letter, basically saying, "Do you realize we've hit like zero or maybe one person out of 13 picks that we took off the West Coast? Who the hell is scouting out there?" And I'm wondering if Jeff Lurie was doing it himself because we just whiffed and whiffed and whiffed until someone kicked him out of the club. Man, I swear.
yeah, sometimes you have to listen to your scouts. I think once I got my guy Brandon Hunt in there from the Steelers, like Steelers
Oh
never
yeah.
missed on wide receivers, and
Mm.
everyone was like, "Who's the Brandon Hunt dude you keep on talking about?" What? Wait till you see when we got him. I was like, "Yes." Our receivers have been tight since then. I don't know about some of the back end guys, but just the room has been productive.
Yeah, no, there's been a major shift. All that money they've thrown into the problem, it's obviously working because we've just hit the
So
goal more in the last couple of drafts.
with us not picking up Dotson's contract, right? Do you think we're gonna draft a wide receiver higher than we originally intended?
Because I mean, some people had us Luther Burden from Missouri. I was like, nah.
That's too high.
I was like, I mean, again, like the when you're looking at the top 5 receiver salaries in the league, I mean, top 5 salaries just in general, wide receiver is now up there.
Yep.
So that is.
I'm going to say something that's really fun at this point, though, too, is we can wait 8 weeks and we've got 20 picks. Okay, we're going to get rid of some this draft, but we're going to have a whole bunch. We need to pick someone up and trade for a vet. Say trade for someone on a losing team. We've got the power to do that. Just pick them up halfway through the season. So wide receiver is not a problem at all.
I don't think so either. I don't think. I mean, obviously, if somebody goes down, then we have a problem. Let's not sugarcoat that, okay?
But yeah, we got the firepower. We got the firepower to just go. Yeah, here's a 2nd round pick, 3rd round pick, 4th round pick. What do you want? And just pluck a guy off another team.
Did y'all like the idea of Hendricks? Gail, did you like the idea of Hendricks, or you think it's reckless? I think we don't have the money.
I mean, it would, in a perfect world, when you're thinking Hendrickson next and Carter both collapse in pockets, that excites you. But it's just like
no money.
Jalen Carter contract is
going to be gigantic,
looming.
It's too much. I think about that contract in my sleep.
Yeah, no, keep going.
Sweat. I'm like, that's a lot of money.
Like Bryce Harper money. You know.
Then you'd be like, oh man, I'm mad at him for being so good, but he's so good.
Yeah, look, we don't need Hendricks. We just won the Super Bowl without him. Hendrickson, sorry.
Chris says,
I just think
we don't
think you got to stay young. Don't backpedal. And don't go, if you go veteran, go with veterans that are under 30. Do not touch the 30 over range. We trying to stay young. You don't want to do a backtrack in the wrong direction.
So,
unless your name is Brandon Graham, okay?
Yeah, but look, in all fairness, back to that, though, we need a defensive tackle to fill in for Milton Williams, and it keeps coming back to that over and over again. We want Morrow Ajomo to do his thing. We want Jordan Davis to overachieve. We need another person in that rotation. That's probably a need, not a wish. It's just something we have to do. We just have to do it. You know what I mean? So
there's no look at the depth, man.
Yep.
Look at the depth. I mean, Thomas, he gave us some good for where he was at. Like Thomas Booker. We have Gabe Hall, Thomas Booker.
Gabe Hall, Thomas Booker,
yeah. Gabe Hall's actually a really interesting candidate too, because when you start talking about length, he literally is Shamar Stewart sort of build and shape if you have a look at his stats. And I was pretty high on him, not this year gone, but the year before when he first showed up on the roster. The fact that, Vic didn't do anything with him probably speaks volumes, but yeah, look, he's got all the talent, all the physical attributes. Sorry, I should say that the other way around. He's got all the physical attributes. Does he have the talents? And whether that can come out through coaching, I don't know. But there's no point going and getting someone like Shamar Stewart when you've got Gabe Hall. You know what I mean? They're like built the same. What are you going to do?
I mean, Shamar's he's a bull on a china shop too. But Carissa says, hopefully I'm saying your name right, Carissa. The draft, I feel as though there's 10, maybe 15 stars, and then there are 45 starters. So big splashes are harder for us while sitting at 32, even if we're willing to trade up to about 25. I mean, I think there's really great depth players in the mid rounds. If you need,
hello, this is Samantha from Easy Loan Solutions.
This guy.
Cozy.
This guy.
Here's the point, though, with that comment, right?
Oh, I was gonna bring up our trade chart. If you guys
Which of the guys though that we get last year, right? That didn't fit into that at all. Like what you just suggested. Oh, they're just going to be starters. Well, there's a potential for some of the guys like Morrow, Jomo, and Jalix Hunt to actually be superstars this year as well. So it's really hard to just throw mud at the wall and get it to stick with any of this shit. So
Yeah.
you know what I mean? You got to trust our scouts and trust Vic. You got to trust Stoutland and Howie, I guess.
Well,
But yeah, go with the chart, mate.
Yeah, so if you look at the chart, I'm terrible with math. I have math anxiety. That is factual. But if you look at the numbers here, this is the trade chart. So if the Eagles at 32, you might need your glasses for this.
Yeah, I can't see it, Gail. It's too small.
That is 590, right? Yeah, so 590.
Yeah, 590
is where the Eagles, the 32 pick is worth 590.
Yeah.
The 64th pick is worth 270. The 96th pick is worth 118.
116.
Is it 116?
Yeah.
And then keep on
Cozy, I
going.
know your face is sticking because I can't read shit. You have to. I don't even know how you're reading this.
I'm full screen on my laptop.
Yeah. So it's tough to read, but like
you still got the little thing up where you can see the comments on the side. Yeah, that's your problem.
See,
listen, I don't trust this either. I don't trust this whole. They've been using it for years. This chart, and I don't trust it either because they always mess with it.
Yeah, that's just to give you your roundabout take. But if you look at Minnesota, is where a lot of people have, looking at this is Minnesota's picks here.
They only have 4 picks.
They only have 4, yeah.
Yeah, it's.
That's why I'm saying, statistically speaking, the Minnesota Vikings makes the most sense for us to trade with. But at the same time, if the people are gone before that 24th pick, you do not trade. Period.
Yeah.
What I want to say though is you need to put yourself in Minnesota's team's pants for a little bit, like their shoes, and think about it. What does Minnesota want? They don't want a franchise.
Minnesota wants picks.
They got 24th overall, and their next pick is 97, and then after 97, their next pick is 139, and then after that, 187.
So then we send them the 2026 first round pick we've got because they need a quarterback. Those guys suck. You know what I mean? They need to put together capital to go up into the top 5 next year to try and grab a franchise quarterback. Because right now they're just fucking useless. You know what I mean? That's why I'm thinking.
We don't know how JJ McCarthy is. He was injured. I think it's premature to say the guy sucks. He hasn't played a snap in the NFL.
Well, they're confident in rolling with him because they denied. They're confident with JJ because they denied Rodgers, didn't they? That's what I saw.
Yeah,
that they're straight up like we're going with JJ.
They're very confident in JJ. I don't think. First of all, he was a first round pick. And he hasn't played a snap in the NFL. I don't think they are willing to give up on him until the year 3 or something. I don't think that's going to happen.
Kenny Pickett 2.0.
So to continue the argument, then what's the first thing you need to do if you've got a quarterback? Build the O-line. What O-line is going to drop to them at that point? Are they going to want to move up or they want to move back? You're saying yes, they want to move back.
They don't have the ammunition to move up. They don't have the ammunition to move up.
They don't need to move up, though, because you're not gonna. You can trade back and get more O line.
If you're like, if I can trade back and get Josh Simmons, if you feel like he's healthy enough, will be healthy enough for a play, or Donovan Jackson, perhaps.
You can get a Fairchild. Do they have a 4th round pick?
They have a 3rd.
See,
and they have a 5th. I mean, they're in a rock and a hard place in terms of. I mean, you gotta. I would move back and get more picks, because the value.
They might be desperate too. It's not even at this point like trying to get the value of their pick. They're just like, we need more picks in general. So slide us those 2 fifths.
I mean, 24 to 64. That a lot of people feel like from 24 to 64, there's a lot of same grades. Like,
Cozy, one question quickly. Well, how do you feel about trading future first round, second round picks for now to move up to get somebody? Like, I'm only going to reference this for quickly because you got your comments like, your situations like RG3 back in the day, but even us with Carson Wentz, where you sell out the future to get to a point.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like this is the time to sell out your future because we're ready or not?
Well, we're not in a position where we necessarily need to sell out the future to get one cornerstone piece like we did with Carson Wentz. Like, we needed our quarterback. That was the cornerstone piece, was getting him. We're not at that point. We are at a point where we need not retooling, but we need certain positions more than others, and that's our main focus. Everything else is pretty much drafting depth, you know? Like, we have our guys in our positions. We have a quarterback. We have a wide receiver. We have 4/5 of our O-line, and Steen is going to take guard. He's fine. We have the running back, so offense is set. We could use a tight end because we're still up in the air about Goddard, so that's the position of need on offense, which is not a first round how we move. And then on defense, it's like we have D-line, we have edge depth, we have technically edge starters with Hunt and Smith. I think those guys are willing. They just played in the Super Bowl. They're good. We have the starting corner. We have corner depth. We have starting safety. We have safety depth. We have starting linebacker. We have linebacker depth. So everything is this point is we're drafting depth except another starting safety, which is my view on Starks or what's his name, Inmamori. So trading a future first to move up, it's like if we're trading up to 4 and getting Abdul Carter, that's one thing. But if we're trading a future first to move up 5 within 10 spots, I think it's stupid.
Yeah,
we're giving up too much of the future to get something that we don't need that much in terms of like a cornerstone player.
I'm just looking at the math. The math is what I'm looking at, really. And this is where you've got to, for me, to be honest, I've just got to spill my guts on this. Okay, so we've got so many players locked up, and then we've got the Jalen Carter contract looming. Mm-hmm. Only cheap options at this point are high quality, good draft picks. Otherwise, we can't bring in Hendricksons like you're referring to and stuff like that. I think we really got to go up this draft and even the next draft. And I don't care what it costs, whatever it is, just grab that 4 or 5 guys to fill in the blanks for 4 years on rookie contracts, right? That's it. Like in my gut, I just keep going, please do it, Howie. Because that way, at least we can afford those guys on rookie contracts for that window, and then the whole thing's going to blow up. Like there's just going to be too much money.
Look, Bob. Let me throw something in there. We found people like a Jalix Hunt, like a Ojomo, in late. Hunt was 3rd round, but look at Ojomo. Ojomo was a 7th round pick, right? So I think, in a sense, it's more important to have a lot of picks because, yes, we cannot fill the roster with all of those picks. But if we get out of those 20, let's say 10 or 11 really good players, that is going to be better than having one stud in there, because you have to think about depth. You have to think about, what if we find a diamond in the 4th or 5th or 6th round? That to me or find even 2 makes more sense than finding 1. And that person is going to, first of all, a 1st rounder is more expensive initially than a 4th or 5th rounder.
Well, also if you want the 5th round on 5th round option on one of these players, and it's important. But I think Howie also sees that as a come get me pick for anyone who wants a quarterback, the Jackson Dart squad.
Howie loves his value too. So Howie loves those late round picks. Howie is like I said, like 1st round, like if it's our guy that we know we need, that's the guy. But Howie loves his 3 to 5th round picks.
So
Gail, quick question. What did we get when we traded away in 2018 the 32nd pick? What did we get for that pick?
Got it.
No, we didn't get Goddard. No, that was another trade.
I think we moved back to the 2nd round.
No,
we moved back. That was the year we got Matt Goddard, though.
We moved up in the 2nd round to get Goddard, but for the first, what did we get?
Ravens moved up 20 spots to get Jackson in 2018. Baltimore sent 3 picks, a 2nd rounder, number 52 overall, a fourth rounder, number 125 in 2018, and then 2019 second round pick
Okay,
in
see, that
exchange for the
is
Eagles
that is
first
a
round.
lot compensation you get for a 32nd pick.
Well, and then
Well,
it's
for
like
for a quarterback desperate team because they were jumping the Giants to get Lamar Jackson. Because remember,
Yeah.
the Giants were going to get Lamar Jackson.
and you can
All
go
right,
to the value, but if it's for a quarterback and a team, you can change the value on it because like you want this quarterback bad. So I mean
Yeah.
you could, but
A desperate team.
but the math for us to move up from
32 to 24.
24, so it's 590 is where we're at.
We need 160, 150.
Green Bay is at 740, right? So if we added the third round pick, 96, we're at 706.
So you're not adding the second or third year. So we've got 20 picks again. Remember this. And look, I'm going to take this chance to shout out Joe bloody Douglas from the Jets. When he was here in Eagles as well, he taught Howie the value of getting these comp picks, and that's why we've got whole next year stacked. And I just want to, if you're online, Joe, and you're watching, high five, mate. I'm pretty sure you're not, but what Howie's been doing with comp picks since then, since Joe Douglas was here, he's been intentionally stacking these things up, and like Ojolari and Uchi and even Jahan Johnson and Jordan Davis, they're sitting there, not for this year, next year, comp picks. What we can afford to do with these future picks is move everywhere we want, right? And that's, I guess, why I keep banging on about why we should move up and why we have the value to do it. Because it's not just a 1 year plan. There's a 2 year plan and a 3 year plan in place with Howie. He's become an absolute genius at this. And it's like I can see it like it's a pure vision now. I couldn't understand it a couple of years ago, but I get it. Now we've got 20 picks. You don't need 20 picks. Like you just need those 4 or 5 guys, and the rest you can get off the street. So I don't understand why the market right now. You're getting like quality veterans for 5th round picks and stuff like that. And we've got 4 of them this year. And then you look at the 3rds, the 4ths, and the 5ths that we've got next year as well. We can get anyone we want. So it's a matter of just stacking the roster as quickly as we can to just pull this dynasty together. And I swear, what is it now? We've got 7 hours until it starts. How long is it?
It's at least 7 hours before. I say it's at least a good 9 hours before we even going anywhere picking.
It's like it's 3:15 in the morning here, and I'm hanging in like a champion, I tell you. But yeah, look, that's just the way I think about it, though. Like we've got so much like power to move around, but I've never felt like we've had such like amazing scouts and amazing people like Vic Fangio and Stoutland and Howie's come into his own, where I can just sit back and relax and just go, okay, whatever moves they're going to do, I just sure hope it's going to be aggressive, and they're going to go up and they're going to go and grab whoever the fuck they think.
Bob wants to risk it for the biscuits.
I do. I can't believe it. Like if you don't want to, I don't know what else to say, because Saquon Barkley's got a timeline, right?
We have the capital to do it. So
but you know what I mean.
We have a 2-year window on Barkley. We got maybe a 1 year on AJ.
Lane Johnson and Dickinson are the ones I'm thinking about mainly. Well, how long have we got? How long are we going to get out of them? Malata's got.
You're going to get at least another 5 to 6 years.
Wow.
I mean, our offensive line is paid, and then when Jalen Carter gets paid,
I'm talking about just health. Like those guys are getting smashed around what they're doing, dude. I love them to death, but they've got a tough job.
But this is the first season Dickinson went down with an injury. He played the first 2 seasons without any boo-boo. Okay, so
he still played too.
Yeah,
listen, that's a great point. Now we bring that up. Like we don't have a quality backup center right now either. Like you can say Dickinson can do it. Well, I don't think he should. He should stay at his spot. So we don't have a backup center. It could almost be the most important spot in the top 3 rounds of our draft as well. Who is our backup? center. You know, we don't want to have to swap those positions out. So
I don't think you need to do first 3 rounds for a backup center. I think the 4th or 5th round for a
Yeah.
backup center is enough.
That's where I'm going.
7th.
Back up.
Trade back in the 7th.
Only reason I'm drafting a guard with tackle versatility in the 2nd is if I feel like they got potential starting ability.
Yeah.
Just like Dickerson, that's your future guard, and you just plug and play. But here's some top analysts. Eagles just posted some of the people that think that we're going to draft at 32. Cameron Sheath, Pro Football Network. He has Trey Amos, Daniel Jeremiah. He in his last mock draft has Jihad Campbell going to the Eagles.
See, I love Jihad Campbell. If he comes to the Eagles, ooh.
Yeah, he said the rules are simple with the Eagles. They take the best Alabama or Georgia player who falls into the Campbell is my number 12 player in the draft, so he could be a tremendous value at the end of round 1. If not for the shoulder surgery he's recovering from, he'd be a lock to go much higher. Mel Kiper.
I love his dumbass. I don't even like him, man.
He said combining a Campbell with Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean at the 2nd level would make defensive coordinator Vic Fangio smile. Campbell does it all. He finished last season with 100. Keith Sanchez from the Draft Network. One of the biggest reasons they are champs is they identify the upside of the front 7 and utilize it. This year, that guy is Jihad Campbell. Lance Zierlein, he does all the profiles on NFL.com. He has Josh Connerly, Oregon tackle. Dane Brugler, who I love his stuff. He has Donovan Ezaraku, edge from Boston College.
Okay.
Gennaro Felice from NFL.com has Donovan Ezaraku. Joe DeLeon from Pro Football Network has Donovan Ezaraku. Pete Traeger, ESPN, has Maxwell Hairston, cornerback from Kentucky.
Not gonna
Stop.
Yeah.
And, I saw that one and I was like, I've never even heard of Buddy.
Shout out to Anthony DeBono. He says from Philly Sports Network, Donovan Jackson, O-lineman from Ohio State.
Too early.
We're not drafting O-line in the 1st round. I've been saying it for the last 4 years.
We're gonna go either trenches or they're going safety. If they do decide to go safety, it's trenches or safety.
Yeah,
people are arguing with me all the time that we're getting Lane's replacement, and I'm like, we're not getting Lane. Howie's not drafting O-line in the 1st. He can get a much better player. The whole point of us glorifying Stoutland is that he can make stars from nobodies. If we have Stoutland, why would we draft somebody in the 1st if we can get somebody in the 4th for a cheaper value and make them a star?
And the same goes for Vic, though, too. This is the beauty of this draft. And I think there's a lot of drafts where I've been nervous and waiting because I hope they didn't fuck it up, like, and go and get Marcus Smith. You know what I mean?
So
now you got Vic Fangio on the other level as well, right? You go, okay, Stout, pick your lineman. Okay, Vic, pick your guy. And you can sit back and relax, like, and watch, like, and get your popcorn, you know. But this is the time. We've got a chance now to just be a dynasty, and that's the thing that
Bob ain't letting go. Bob ain't.
I'm not even joking. I'm dead serious. Like, I don't mind being like, I don't mind flopping in 4 years, 5 years time, and then rebuilding. But I don't want to waste Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, even Lane's last years. You know what I mean? I don't want to waste the prime that we've got right now. So to me, that there's never been a bigger imperative than to just go and fucking get it. Whoever that player is.
Hypothetically speaking, we doing what you said. Who would you jump up for so much to get?
Walter.
Well, I'd definitely go up somewhere near Walter, but even some stupid shit like Mike Green, Mikaela Williams we're talking about earlier, but just to make sure you got that stud on the roster. And if, like, you remember, Jalen Carter was okay 1st year, but he didn't come into his own until 2nd year. So it's always going to be like a little bit of a layoff. Doesn't matter.
But I think that was with Jalen Carter because we had shitty defensive coordinator his 1st year he came here.
Okay, fair. Like, and then there you go. That's the argument. But still, you got to give any of these kids at least a year to get into the groove. And some of them, like remember Marcus Smith? Oh, gosh, not Marcus Smith. Sorry, who was the outside cornerback out of Washington State?
Sidney Jones.
No. The one before him, for the Ravens. He got like 8 interceptions in the first year. There's not many rookies that just pop onto the NFL and just like dominate the league. He led the league in interceptions, and he was a lunatic, anyways. And Marcus, somebody. Anyways, that's yeah. Thank you. You get a bunny prize.
I'm gonna finish this list real quick.
Okay.
My bad for interjecting on that. Sorry.
We got Nate Tice, Charles McDonald, Mike Renner from CBS Sports with Walter Nolan. We got Jake Infante, Jared Dublin from CBS Sports with a James Pierce. Adam Rank from NFL.com has Siobhan Revel, cornerback from East Carolina. Mike Stolte from Pro Football Network has Nick Scorton. This Nick Scorton love has been lower lately. And then Fran Duffy, I love his stuff. Malachi Starks, Charles Davis has Mason Taylor in the first. Michael Williams, Pro Football Focus has Michael Williams, and then Maurice Jones-Drew from NFL.com, former NFL player, has Gray Zabel.
So
I think if you want to get Mikael Williams, Walter Nolan, and Mekhi Starks, right? I think you have to jump ahead. You're not going to get them at 32. That's not going to happen.
Exactly.
You never know. Sometimes that draft be crazy. I mean, we got Nolan Smith in the same round as Jalen
Yeah, but
Carter.
I don't see that as possible. I like, with all due respect, like, I thought last year Quinion was a higher possibility slipping down than Walter Nolan slipping to 32.
Getting that though is we should not be afraid to spend future capital to move up now. Like that should not even enter our minds. We should have no fear at all of that. All the resources we've got stacked behind this year, and then the next year, if we're picking at 32, they basically, to me, they're second round picks to start with if they're firsts anyways. And so the value in my mind right now is getting a veteran that's on a cheap contract, that's already producing in the league with a draft pick, or you're using the draft picks to go up and grab people. And like, I really want to move from day 3 into day 2, like this year, a couple of times, not once, twice. You know, I want to get back into that second round, once or twice, or the third round, once or twice, and just grab the guys that we need to just stack this team for that dynasty window. And I totally believe in just selling out the future at this point, because those guys will stay on the roster. They'll be there for 3 or 4 years to mature. That's the window we've got for your Saquon and your Lane Johnson and your Landon Dickerson. You know what I mean? Even Hurts himself right now, I think he's just reaching his prime. Maybe he hasn't even hit his peak yet. But right now, we just got to do everything we can to just support this beautiful core that we've got. And I'll shout down anyone who bloody disagrees with me.
Gail, you said Mike Green has locker room issues too, right?
Well, Mike Green has the sexual
domestic
assault allegations. One in high school.
So you already know how he ain't going to pick him.
Well, one in high school was allegation, and then he went to Virginia, and then he had another issue there, and then the head coach at Virginia didn't even he didn't want to talk about it. No comment. So he went. Then he transferred to Marshall.
Yeah, that is strong.
But there was never any arrests or anything like that, or.
It's all allegations, but there's multiple allegations, so it's
which doesn't make it
not ideal.
Yeah, no, he's not going to be an Eagle just for that.
Well,
Howie was very adamant about that.
It's been like from people. I think Anthony Gargano had mentioned something about him being back on the table.
Can I ask you? Do you guys back in the day you see Joe Mixon punch that chick?
Mm-hmm.
When Joe Mixon was going into the draft, the running back for the Bengals, Joe Mixon.
That's why we didn't draft him.
Yep.
But did you actually see him punch that girl? Like, gosh, it was bad. Like, there's some stuff that I can't believe he actually had a career in the NFL. But, she sort of slapped him first, but he clocked her so hard, her feet sort of were above her head. It was, like, horrible to watch.
I just know Howie's policy on that, and Howie
Yeah.
was very adamant in an interview that said he
Oh.
does not like those type of players.
And I 100% agree. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, I can't believe that guy. You've got guys like Kareem Hunt had to work his way back into the good books of the NFL, but then you got Joe Mixon who somehow got away with that. And like, yeah, I 100% agree.
Or you had Rice, who was totally cut from the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of those guys lost. I mean, like, you're talking about millions of dollars too from that situation.
Yeah,
they lost a lot of money.
Well, you just can't punch a chick in the head ever. Like, I've had girls punch me in the face. I know, growing up with sisters, you just got to grab them by the hair. Just hold them off a couple of meters. They'll stop. You know what I mean? I'm not joking around, but turn around, punch one in the face. Like, it's the most critical thing that I can ever think of. And watching it on TV, if you're an idiot, like, God, I can't believe someone would actually punch a woman in the face. Like, it just drives me mad, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think Howie Rosen will, utilize Big Dom and figure these situations out, and obviously, I think
he'll do his due diligence.
There's a chance we might draft him.
I mean, well, when certain people in the Eagles community start talking about it, like other teams feel safe about it. Like, which teams are those?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if they, he's freely spoke about the situation during his combine interviews and stuff like that. So it's like, again, we don't have all the intel here, so we could just only go by what we can go by. But yeah, I mean, it's coming up time for us to get ready for this draft. I'm going to beat all the traffic to the stadium.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Are
you going to go live if we pick?
What are you actually doing? Are you actually going to the link? Are you? Yeah.
Yeah, they have a dinner before the draft.
Very exquisite. You're gonna have shrimp cocktail, cheese.
Oh, exquisite.
Wings.
And, meet some
things I can buy at Publix.
We'll have some players there, and then there's a photo op with the Lombardis, even though that Cozy has them at his house.
Cozy's house.
Dom's coming. Don't worry, Dom's coming to get him. I was just playing.
But I mean, it'll be a good time. That starts at 5:30. Gates open for the rest of the folks for the draft party at 7. So get there early because the lines are going to be a little nutty.
Crazy.
Yeah, so get there early. But before we get out of here,
what's going to be the fit? What you going to wear?
I don't know.
What shoes?
I was going to make some draft shoes.
Oh my God! Did you see the hat though? The hat is nice. The draft hat.
I don't like it.
I like the pin.
I like the pin. What's wrong with you?
I saw yesterday. I
like it.
But it's got.
I like the hats.
It's got that little thing on the front. It looks like a Navy hat.
Like the captain's hat, the bachelor party hats.
Yeah, I'm like.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't either.
I mean,
some of the other hats have been terrible.
They're always terrible.
Yeah. So I like the idea of adding the pin to the hat, like that little collectible. I'm a big collectible guy, so I like the idea of a pin. But some of the pins for the other hats are just just absolutely terrible. Like the Patriots one, it's like the tower at the stadium, like that's corny. The Panthers, it's literally just a little panther. That's corny. Dallas, it's America with a star because America's team, like that's terrible. The Eagle being Philly and the Liberty Bell, like, okay, that's cool, I guess. Cool enough. The Raiders, it's just the stadium. Mm-hmm. That's terrible. Some of them are just atrocious. Just uncreative.
Hey, Gail, I've got a question for you, though. People keep saying that you look like people, right? Like,
look like what?
Like different people, like, what do you say, Brian Dawkins and stuff like that?
I have a whole bunch.
A whole
Oh,
bunch. He looks like Brandon Graham, Brian Dawkins.
Brandon Graham's dad.
Anyone ever call you Tiger Woods' nephew?
I see that now. I can see
Woods.
BG's dad.
Tiger Woods' nephew.
My mom used to call me Tiger.
Oh, there you go. Good.
You look like a racially ambiguous Philadelphia Eagles fan.
I get Timberland.
I don't see that.
I was at H&M in Manhattan.
You got to do the meme when he's like,
and the dude at the register was like, "Yo, love all your albums, bro." I said,
appreciate you.
I said, who you think I am? Come on,
Let's get drafted.
I know who you are. I said, who you think I am? He's like, Timberland.
All right, so it's the last word, right? Who are we going to draft?
You should have been like,
you got me.
You got me.
Yo, my kid said it's time. Get the fuck off this thing.
Yeah. Word. Go ahead. Who you gonna draft? You got one choice each. Go ahead.
I'm going just think about it, man. We need that DT, bro.
I'm going with Walter Nolan. That's it.
By any means necessary, go get Walter Nolan. I felt this.
Move up, get Walter.
When Fletcher Cox was around, I was like, by all means necessary, go get your guy. Trade up.
Cozy, spit it out.
When Jordan Davis was there, we traded up and we got him because we needed him.
I was pumped for Jordan. Yeah, it's just
I wanted Hamilton.
Gannon.
I'm
Gannon
sorry.
and Jordan's, I think.
I wanted Kyle Hamilton, and I pounded the table for it, and I was right.
But it's like safety is like one of the fourth lowest paid positions, top 5 wise. You know, all those safeties that are getting paid usually get drafted in the second round. You know,
yeah. Look, and like all I can say from my end is just simple stuff. Is we've seen 1 year of Vic Fangio and seen what he's done. It's amazing, and it's like we're resetting the playbook, I guess, when it comes to drafting or his attitude towards what he values. And I remember I sent that message to you, right, where he's got his own secret evaluation he's had for 30 years that nobody knows. So no draft expert can tell us what he's going to get.
I hate you, Dale. I hate you.
But if he's got the chance to do it, though, right? Like Vic's going to pick his guy, and if he's missing Milton Williams, it's definitely going to be a DT. And look, whoever he picks, I'll be happy with.
You lose Milton Williams, you lost Josh Sweat, you lost Brandon Graham. That's like you're talking about against the run.
Yep.
Down thinking that you got to add that back.
I say
but
Walter.
But hear me out. Hear me out.
He's the start fan.
Go, Cozy, go.
All right, so we drafted Brandon Graham, and everyone was like, oh, we should have got the safety, Earl Thomas. And we drafted Jordan Davis. Oh, we should have got the safety, Kyle Hamilton. Now's the chance to get the safety, and everyone's like, why would you not want to get D-line? Make up your mind, Philly fans.
We're so used to it, Cozy.
Exactly. So now this is the chance to get the player that you're going to bitch about in 4 years. And you can do it. You can do it now.
Listen, if you got starts, I'm okay with it. I'm not going to.
I know. I'm just saying the people that are anti-starts.
It's going to happen.
The anti-starts crowd or anti-safety in the first round crowd. We have a chance to do that, and you'd rather run into the season with Sidney Brown just lighting people up like a firecracker.
We can trade up in the second round to get that guy, but we're talking first round, I guess. I'd love to see us trade up again into the second round to get Starks. If he drops to say 30,
dropping
33,
out of 25.
34.
Yeah, Starks ain't dropping out of the first.
Yeah, or you could just get Walter Nolan and then sign Justin Simmons and be like, who knows the book of Fangio?
An aging veteran. Another aging veteran. We got to get younger.
Well, you can still take Macumba in the 4th round.
Or you could take JJ Tegwis in the 4th round. The D tackle that can play running back.
Then you grab Makuba. How about that?
You're an ex-safety, Gal, right? So you know better than anyone else right now. Reed Blankenship and that core back there. You made the argument just a minute ago about the D line missing people, but we're missing Slay, Isaiah Rogers, and Vonta Maddox. We don't really have a slot or a starting bloody cornerback.
And then you got the veteran Justin Simmons.
You think Justin Simmons is the guy?
Well, I'm just saying he has a great relationship with Christian Parker, and he's already played in the Fangio defense. We got to get his price down, and if that works, okay. But I'm not against, like, that's why I'm going with Makuba later, because you can go safety early, but then you're getting your defensive line or edge later. It's not like the D line is getting any better in the third or fourth versus the second round guys. Like I think you got to just take that swing and then go get your other pieces later. Because it's
Agreed.
And I'm not even I love Malachi Starks. I love him for the locker room. I love him for the versatility, and I love him for what he would mean in this locker room. If they feel that he's that guy, then I'm okay with it, because they feel like this guy is gonna change the locker room. He's a former captain of the Bulldogs, another Bulldog in a defense that plays a lot of zone. And he's got the versatility, man.
Let me say this. I'm pro Starks. But if we do draft Nolan in the first, I won't be mad. But Starks is my first option. If we get Nolan, and then if we do get Reed or Winston or Makuba, or there's a safety out of Iowa too that I like.
The Castro.
Yeah, if we get that guy, which I think it'll be, if we get him later, it'll be easier to help him integrate into the defense because he'll already have communication with whatchamacallit.
I want to ask you something though. If you don't go defensive line early, who are your next options after that?
Yeah, list your needs and your idea of in your head. What's the difference between needs and what I'd like to always refer to is your BPA. What's your best player available sort of situation? So at the top of my mind, DT, and then I'd even say tight end, then cornerback. One of those two, depending if Goddard's there or not. That's my three: DT, tight end, and then cornerback. You're saying
So
safety.
you're saying if I go safety first, who would I pick for tackle in the second?
DT or edge? Well, what does that look like for you?
I think well, ideally, I would like to get safety first, tight end second, and then just edge defense. I want to get a good tight end. If a good tight. There's a guy, like I said, JJ Pegs. I don't know how to pronounce it. I think that guy will be a Swiss Army knife player.
Fourth?
What? Yeah, in the third or the fourth or the fifth, even if he even falls that far. But he's a defensive tackle that has played running back. He's 7 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's insane. I feel like that's a player that Howie and Fangio would be like.
We have Saquon Barkley for that.
Yeah.
And we have AJ Dillon.
Hey, you could can a tush push when you hand it to that dude who's 6-something, 300 pounds. You can just
pay.
There you go, buddy. We've all been slamming the table for a Mailata running back package, right? We've all been slamming.
And
we all wanted that for years.
Never
happened. Howie learned from his mistakes.
Can I tell you why Mailata can't run the football in the NFL? Well, I've got this on here. It's because he's got no peripheral visage. His knees would get taken out straight away because I've played the game he's played. You run straight ahead. You don't have guys chopping you from the side. You see the people that are coming at you to tackle you. And I think he'd last.
I don't need him to run 10 yards. I need him. Fuck a tush push. 4th and 1. Mailata's back there. Just have Mailata just straight.
Yeah. And what happens if he
breaks? Push with Mailata, just crushing.
What happens if he breaks one open? Bang! Smash his knees. Done. I'm just saying
that if he doesn't.
He doesn't. He can't run the football because he's just too tall and doesn't know how to play NFL running back. That's all. Yeah.
All I know is he can run and he can hold the ball. That can get you a yard in the NFL any day.
Quick question, Gail. If you're on 30, if let's say hypothetically we're not moving, and Jahad Campbell is there, sitting there at 32, you're not taking Jahad Campbell?
I would take him.
I think he definitely gets taken if he's there at 32.
Like
He
if he
has
sees
to.
if he sees John Campbell as a versatile piece, that can rush off the edge and play. He moves for his. He's got the size and length, and he moves nicely, man. The combine was super impressive.
If any of those three guys are there at 32, I think they're getting taken.
Yeah, Michael Williams, if he slides, like they're just adding those guys in. It's a good problem to have, but it's just you gotta hope that one of them slides.
I think at that point you also got to see who picks in front of us and what are their needs.
Now you guys, there's a lot of Jalen Walker talk and his size, right? Some people are like afraid. They're like they love his profile as like he's just explosive, but where does he fit? Now, like his size, at his size, who does he remind you of?
Dean.
I mean, 6'1", 243.
I'm just throwing names out there. I don't know.
Fletch.
That's literally Uchi.
It's a smaller dude.
Oh, it's Nolan.
Uchi's 6'1", 244.
What's Huff?
Oh, something like that too.
Something like that.
Is there a threshold where Fangio likes his players? Like
Yeah,
size?
but I don't think we need to have three of the same damn defensive etchers.
Can I just say then my favourite thing in this whole draft is going to be if we package Bryce Huff into a trade. That's about it. I'm going to enjoy just about anything else they do, but if we manage somehow
I hate to break the news to you, Bob. It's not going to happen.
Well, no, look, just to get the contract out the door for a bag of peanuts, I think that's really on the cards. Someone is going to take on his contract. Like I said, we brought in Ujulari and Uchi already. Patrick Johnson.
Leadership too with Jalen Walker too, and both him and Malachi Starks were the captains. I just think.
Speaking of captains, who do you think is getting a patch this year? With BG gone.
Maybe Zach Vaughn.
I can see that.
And wasn't Slay a captain?
Yep, Saquon.
Yep. Saquon is going to get a patch. Do you think Smitty's going to get his shit back?
Should.
Reed Blankenship.
AJ Brown.
AJ had one last year, didn't he?
Yeah, AJ had one last year.
Jalen, AJ, Saquon's definitely getting one. I thought Chauncey might get one, but that's out the window.
What was the weird thing with that though? When they said we had too many captains and they chopped them down, and now they've got less.
Reed is on. Yeah, Reed is on the leadership council.
Yeah, he is.
What does that mean?
I don't think Jordan Davis is going to get a captain. I just don't see it.
Definitely not.
Jalen is about to be Mr. Breadman. Imagine knowing that you're gonna
break the bank,
$20 million.
Did you see that both Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata started wearing those full like raised bloody forearm bloody guards all through last season because Jalen Carter was chopping the shit out of their wrist every time they were in practice. I didn't see anyone else in the whole league wearing these things. Do you know what I'm talking about? The big black rubber things that they had on their arms? You know what I'm talking about? They were padded with a little bit of ridges along the top of them. The only people I saw in the whole league doing it was Lane and Mailata. And Jalen Carter's chop to the wrists and stuff like that. He taught it to Moro Ajombo as well. And it just wrecked the whole league. And I think, practicing against Lane and Mailata, they decided they went shopping and bought themselves some guards. Did you see that or not? I'm not sure if you saw it.
I haven't seen it.
Go ahead and look at all of last season, all of the highlights and all that, and you'll see Lane and Mailata wearing these big, thick-ass forearm guards, especially across their wrists, and they're raised with little ridges on them. No one else in the league was wearing them, so check that shit out.
Cozy, the chat's coming for you.
Yeah, I see that.
A lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep.
Uh,
I'm not saying I would want Mailata to like get a carry every game. I'm just saying like in a must-win situation, like 4th and 1, we're on the thing, and for the Super Bowl, it's like fuck it, put Mailata in, let him just dive over and get the game scoring touchdown.
Why?
But also,
To
can I
guarantee
say,
it.
Cozy, all
Saquon
those,
Barkley, bro. What are you talking
Cozy,
about?
We've
AJ
given the ball to
Dillon.
Saquon Barkley. First of all, we've
Push,
given the
push,
ball to
push,
Barkley.
dog.
We've given the ball to Barkley on the 1, and he got stopped, and then we immediately had to do a tush push with Jalen.
So all of a sudden we put Mailata like, oh, we're gonna run the ball.
But here's the thing: I'm just saying, like Jalen has been stopped in a tush push too. But we've never tried
I
a
think the
6'8"
only team
dude
it would make
all
sense
power.
against would be the Bucks, because the Bucks have the tush push figured out. That's the only team I would run it in.
I'm not saying do it all the time. I'm just saying it's one of those like, hey,
Put
let's
him in
just
the
do a
bathroom,
crazy
Gil.
play. Let's just do a crazy play.
well, just let me say this. Let me say this, Cozy, because it's important. Because in rugby league, right, there's a chance before they sort of snap the ball, that the position that Jordan was playing, he gets a run up like of about 20 yards behind the guy passing him the ball, and so he's like at full steam when he catches that ball. And all those the clips that you see, there's people bouncing off at him. That was his age group. They weren't full grown men, so it was like under 19s. And he's a 6'8" guy at 19, and these other guys are like 6'1" at 19. And all those people bouncing off him were just 6'1", normal sized human beings. And he's this freak, but he had a run up. So unless there's a play when we can do a snap and Jordan's got like a head of steam running about 10 yards behind
Todd sees the
quarterback,
vision.
and he gets up to the point where he's running full steam, and then you hand him off the ball, then he's going to look like what you saw on TV. But that literally is the whole definition of the game of rugby league is you send those forwards in there 100 mile an hour, but they're already running when you get the ball. So, the
Would it
highlights.
make you feel better if I said Jordan Mailata fullback?
No, it's
unless he's
someone
he's
who actually ran the
standing
ball.
back where the punter is,
You know-
right?
Someone who actually
he's
ran the
running
ball.
before the snap gets to him, and then he's right. You'll be good then. All right. So
Jalen Carter used to play fullback. Do you want him to play fullback too?
I'm just saying.
I
want JJ Pegwis to play
So
fullback.
then I'll completely shut it down. You don't. If your left tackle gets hurt running the football,
Again, I feel like you guys are taking the worst. I'm saying if the game is on the line, it is 4th and 1. We are on the 1 yard line, and there's 1 second left. Are you gonna pull a Russell Wilson and throw the ball? Or are you gonna say fuck it? What's guaranteed?
You know that guy that just got 2,000 yards behind
Saquon Barkley,
that big ass line. I'm giving.
But we don't do that. We don't do that. That's why
Barkley.
Jalen has 15 rushing touchdowns this season, and they're not 15. Well, he has 15, but they're not all tush pushes. But that's why Jalen has like 10 tush push touchdowns because we don't risk Saquon in that area.
Wait till you see AJ Dillon.
Yeah.
I'm not against.
Dillon has way more power than Barkley from a short distance.
I was thinking about this when we drafted Mailata. I'm not anti Dillon getting the 1 yard carries. I'm pro Dillon. I'm just saying, in the Jordan Mailata, you give him the ball, he could fall forward. He gets 3 yards.
Put him in the bathroom, Gil.
Okay, listen. Before you guys get off, I know you got to go, Gal. This is really important to me, and
I'm going home.
Ready? So, Jordan Mailata never played rugby. He played amateur rugby league, right? He didn't even actually make the pros. It's 2 different sports. Rugby, when it first came out, was run by universities, and it was not professional. They weren't getting paid as players. In Australia, they started this league called Rugby League, which was for the middle class people, in about 1903, so they could pay players to play a sport. And they had 2 different sports, 2 different footballs. So anyone who says Jordan Mailata played rugby didn't do their homework or research, because he never played rugby. He played amateur rugby.
He never played NFL football either, and look what happened there.
But I'm just trying to say, everyone's
never played tackle in the NFL. Don't doubt
It's
the
just a
kid.
bit.
That's your first
It's a,
mistake.
it's a misnomer. He never played rugby, so don't say he played rugby. He played rugby league, and get it right. And like the last interview I saw him about it, he said, "I got so sick of explaining it to people. I just said, yeah, I played fucking rugby." Right?
Oh,
Understand it. He played rugby league, and that's an important difference between Australian people, New Zealand people, South
Is it
African
different
people.
rules?
Yeah, bloody oath. Yeah, like it's
I feel like it's essentially. I feel like that's like saying he didn't play football. He played college football.
And then you've got the punters play AFL, which is Australian Football League, and it's got nothing to do with either of them. So there's 3 different codes of football here, and now including NFL. But yeah, Jordan Mailata played rugby league. Get it right. That's all I've got to say. And that's me dropping the mic and my last word, and that's saying it with my chest and all that.
Bryce Huff actually 6'3", 250.
Oh,
so he's smaller.
And then
Bigger
than
he's
you
smaller than Huff.
He's bigger than Huff. He's bigger than Walker. Walker's actually 6'1".
Walker is 6'2".
Walker 6'1", 243. Actually.
In Vic we trust, right?
Yo, quick question before we get out of here. Do you think the Giants gonna fucking Giants this draft?
Abdul
Nah,
Carter's the Giant.
They'll just go Carter, and then
You think they're gonna go Carter? You don't think they're gonna go just the Mr. Sanders' son?
and then
Yeah, should do.
And then somehow they trade Eagles will trade for Kayvon Thibodeau.
For what?
For a 5th.
Well, that's before that
The
talk,
rumors.
That was before that talk was out there.
Hold on. Y'all zoomed out when that what we gonna trade for Kayvon Thibodeau?
I said, watch what happens. We trade for Kayvon Thibodeau once they draft.
They couldn't do it, could they? They couldn't do it. That GM, someone's going to shoot him.
Well, I mean, do they want to pick up his 5th year?
Nah, probably not.
Don't they have like a week to do so?
So I mean, imagine if we added another edge rusher that way.
Oh my God! If we would get Thibodeau up.
He's not that good.
No, I think
Thibodeau.
Thibodeau in the right system with the right coaches, because the Giants are bums. Okay, let's just face reality. That is a talented kid with the right guidance and the right team. He would blossom. I promise you. I watched this kid in college and he was phenomenal.
You know what makes me smile my ass off? Is any of our defensive ends have to go against Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata.
What better practice you can get?
How can he not get better going against the guys we've got on our squad? Anyone they bring in.
And that's
So this is what you got. Bryce Huff is failing because they're just going, you can't get past us.
That's the
You're not good enough to get on the field.
Well, it was Dallas Goedert was being thrown into that mix, and now
oh hell no, I don't want to see Goddard going to the Giants.
Well, it was talked about, right? And then now I started seeing Giant beat reporters talking about it. So I don't know exactly if that call has happened or if that's been put out there, or it'd be interesting. I mean, the Kayvon Thibodeau thing, I call my Giant friends. I'm like, yo, how do you feel about Thibodeau? Some of them don't like him as like a leader of their team.
But hasn't that whole draft and that whole team is getting deconstructed by the latest stuff? I don't know why DeBall's still there, frankly.
Gail, I'm gonna head out. Got shit to do.
Yeah, I was about to head out too.
Get home.
Give me a last word before we get out of here. Just say your last word.
Say it with my chest. The only person I'm willing for trading up for is Walter. If he's gone by 24, I'm not willing to jump into the 20s for him. I'm just not. I think we have to give up too much capital. That's where I'm standing. If he's there with 24, trade with the Vikings. Stay the best bet to do it. If not, stay put on 32. If there's nothing good available at 32, trade out.
Bob, last word. Say with your chest.
It was 1992 when I fell in love with the Eagles, and I come to Philadelphia, and what was it, 2019? I just love all of you guys. You're like the tribe I never knew I needed, and I've got now. I love you all. That's what
You
I'm
too,
saying
guy.
from my chest.
Appreciate you. Say we chest, Cozy.
I'll be happy with whatever we do this weekend.
There you go.
I trust Howie. I trust Fangio. I trust this team. We're Super Bowl champions. We're picking at 32 for a reason.
Mm.
I'm going to be drunk all weekend. I'm also celebrating my 3-year anniversary.
I'm gonna have me a little sippy drink today at home on my couch.
Hey, happy anniversary, mate. Congratulations on your anniversary.
Thank you.
And my last word is shout out to Bud Light for holding down the tailgate. Shout out to Red Bull for holding down the tailgates all these years. Svelli Pizzas for holding Evan up at these tailgates, supporting him with the cheesesteaks. Shout out to 1675 for all your help. DJ Lowski and honorary tailgate captain, Contralk Italian Bakery, and Crafty Jawn and Jesse _Wines.
Gail, your pick. What are you
my
saying? Yep, before we getting out of here.
Walter Nolan or bust, baby.
There you go.
We'll see you guys
You know
in
what?
the next one. And as always, it's fly, Eagles, fly.
See you, mate.
Ooh, wrong one.